wait until Thursday to actually sign for the house and move in.
Oh my god.
We were originally supposed to move in Monday.
Yeah.
But then it got pushed back.
Yeah.
Then it was Thursday. Almost got pushed back again.
Bless you.
But it didn't.
Put your mask back on.
Yeah, Nate, that was bad.
Do you want to see something nasty? Keep going, I'm listening.
What kind of nasty are we talking?
Let me guess, it's from work?
Microbiology nasty.
Never mind.
Cute.
Get rotated. How do I unrotate it?
But then
Also,
moved all of his stuff from the spare room back into the truck. Got them all moved in. Went to Lowe's. Got a brand new fridge. Got it to
delightful.
his sliding glass door. Couldn't take it off because the wheels wouldn't go up high enough.
Yeah, no. What
so then we had to go get a dolly to put it on the dolly to go around to the front door.
No.
Yes, we're in the back of his
just
house.
to see how it works.
So we had to take it around to the
get it
front
to
of
the
his
right
house,
level.
take off his front door,
So now that shouldn't
wheel it in, set it up, and we both have injured shoulders. He only has one, so he has a good arm. I do not.
You're just like...
So we are
How many people are coming?
through immense
I believe it's gonna be
pain
full house today.
moving
Okay,
things
cool.
into his new house.
How big is it? A big house?
It's maybe the same size as this house.
Okay. That's still pretty substantial.
Put on your mask.
Porn Lane.
Yeah, you're right.
He's all the way on the corner.
Police are gonna just come and tackle a bunch of children
Do you
because
want
they're
to see
not wearing
something
masks.
nasty?
Liam, you can take it off when you're inside the house. My parents just wanted it.
No, I was doing it for comedic effect when Nate sneezed.
Gotcha.
And...
It's real allergy
Didn't
eyes.
understand.
Is it nasty?
No.
Oh. Well, I think it's nasty.
It's fascinating. It is pretty interesting though.
Wait, what is
What's
it?
sneeze?
It's
It's microbiology nasty.
What is this?
Oh, well, you guys are no much fun.
What is it?
It's a... So at work, they did a test about if you sneeze and you cough
How long
and
did
how
you two stay
far
up
it
last
travels and what it is and it's
Good question. I
nasty.
did not look at the clock when I went to sleep.
Fun.
3, 4 o'clock.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's another
My
page,
oldest brother didn't
too.
leave my house until 1:30.
I went to bed at 9:30.
Oh, welcome back.
nice. PM, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, now
Come
I
on.
can't just go
That's
around
interesting.
punching
Isn't that
deer.
weird?
I think only issue in terms
As a
of
kobold.
like
Got
coronavirus
One punching
spread,
deer,
That
like,
sounds
marking that
delightful.
is that
Yep.
it's bacteria, not viruses.
and then beating the crap out
It's
of
bacteria.
angry bonsai
Yeah.
tree. Awakened shrubs, bro.
Yeah.
Awakened shrubs.
Oh!
Which we still have the idea to just take one and put it in our cart, and now we have just an angry bonsai tree as a pet.
I want an angry bonsai tree.
So you rooted a tree.
No, not yet. They keep saying no, and then like they can move, they have legs, so we break their knees.
Yeah, I'm saying that you're planning on just taking a plant down to a smaller form and sticking it into a plant pot.
Yes.
That's rooting it. You're gonna kill it and then make it regrow.
Your neighbors are mean. I was driving and the little girl scoots looks at me and goes,
Oof.
I'll tell the small child to be nicer to you next time.
Bully.
How goes it?
well, am I a bully?
No.
No,
I'm
it's,
okay.
it's okay. We taught her to do that.
You taught her to do that.
Someone so you're
No,
okay.
go for it.
Yes.
Someone else.
Nate's heroin. He's gonna place it there.
Yeah. Do you
Put it
want
over there
some?
in case he gets too stressed out.
So your birthday is in a couple days.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, me? Don't yeah
Oh
me.
god.
It begins.
Be more excited.
No.
Anyway. Excuse me.
Yeah, welcome to the 16 Club.
And 4th of July is on
Okay, you did that at the wrong step.
Saturday,
True.
I think.
I think.
Yes. And Jack's birthday is tomorrow. So this week is full of things. So
Yes.
we should do a collective thing for all of these things.
Monday.
My brain's all stupid, okay?
We've been doing
So what do
Sunday
you do for your
D&D for
Dude,
like
you don't-
2 years.
I mean,
I
Because it doesn't time to be on your birthday.
Did you leave
but
the
also
planet?
we-
Days
Yes.
still existed where you went,
So,
right?
to
Yes.
do something collectively on the day.
You're just
on
like,
4th of
what's?
July or
I'm
not
fine
4th
that
of
like
July
you
for
kind of
everything
lost track
else.
of days,
And
but
you
you're just like
don't
my
need
brain's
to-
smooth. I'm like, wait,
So
did you
I can
forget
make
what
it
days
eat.
are? Like,
Yep. Yeah.
You don't have to.
after I left the
Yeah,
state,
bacon.
Washington,
I
just, it's
promise
totally
you.
different
That
state.
is
This
existing
is
alright, yeah.
casserole.
All rules
Actually, no, that's
changed.
just lasagna. Actually.
So I couldn't fix it.
Really?
Yeah.
So I saw the part where you actually went to the store and it works just
and
fine.
it connected to their wire fine, so you know that's not defective in their eyes. So, and then I bought some Cat 5 and I bridge connected my PC to it, and it
Okay.
downloaded at a speed of less than a megasecond. So I said screw it, and it's just wired up to my router upstairs. So yay! I can only play it. I can only play it when everyone else is asleep. It's fine though.
That's really strange.
It's really
Yeah.
stupid. I bought an Xbox.
Oh,
Like an OG one or
Just the one. Just like a first
Oh.
gen one.
red?
It's because since I'm leaving, I have a lot of friends who play Xbox.
Hmm.
So, you know.
Watch as it like when you install it at the next house, just magically works.
Oh,
That's
it
how all
probably
the
it
tech
probably
stuff
will. It
goes.
won't wire. It won't connect to my router. It's just hates my router, I guess.
And that's super baffling to me.
It's so stupid. I don't know how to figure. I've had like 3, and they've all been on the same router and worked fine. This one's just like, no, I don't like this router. So I said, okay.
I
Maybe
choose not to work.
Yeah, I know. I just want to play Warzone. One of the main reasons I bought it is because I have one of those great Activision bugs where I have a crashed desktop on Modern Warfare
Oh.
and with no fix. And a bunch of people have had this same problem. It hasn't been fixed yet, so I can't play Modern Warfare, which is like my favorite game.
Weird.
So it's one of the main reasons I right now bought an Xbox so I can play Warzone. So it's just been epic problem after epic problem. But you know what? That's life.
I'm just trying to see if the mic resets itself or is it staying steady.
The ultimate pog.
Duels. They're just the most mediocre role.
Man, shut up.
Is the mic working on? Right. Option.
Alien.
Yeah, it's just the circle, right?
Behold, the ultimate bug.
It's one of my favorite videos.
It's so
It
good.
stays?
Yeah.
Sweet.
It may drop down one bit if we get too loud, but it won't drop down too much.
Behold, the ultimate pog. Hi.
You guys look like it's an intervention. I walk open the door and I see everybody looking at me.
Stop the mic.
Yeah.
Jacob?
Okay. Greetings, friends, and welcome to Tales of Ithalian, where a group of nerds and odd ducks play D&D. I am your storyteller, Jaron Noble. Welcome to session 10. I believe everyone should know who everyone is, plus anyone listening. We described ourselves in the first 6 sessions or so. So, unless anyone else has anything to say. Okay. Without further ado, get comfy. Let's begin. Last we left off with the menagerie. The party was facing a difficult situation within the prison of the Held Mine, being stuck to hiding from these guards of a specific prison-like plane. It was looking dire until Care was contacted by a simple projection, a remainder of Varkin, that had a deal. Between the conversation, it was hammered out and the deal was struck. Varkin had these guards grab onto the acquaintance they were looking for in this prison plane, CAEDRIK. From there, they traveled to another room just beyond, with a teleportation platform and tables with notes of interdimensional travel and manipulation. You all watched as Care gathered up many of these pages, and then on both sides of this room were exits. You took them. Upon returning to Ithalian, the mortal plane, you all found the heinous 8 sleeping amongst you in the forest. A small bushel. The group slipped away with an amazing stealth check and traveled back to KELSION, being only a few miles out of the town. Getting within the walls to be kept safe, the menagerie spoke of the still existing arsonist problem and decided that if they wanted to finish the job, they didn't want to leave the town in this state. Amongst the ideas, a suggestion of a trap was brought up for the firebug. With a meeting of the newly elected mayor, ANETH, it was decided that an announcement was to be made for the mine's opening, or reopening, as well as a building that was going to be used as an office for ANETH, painting an attractive target for the arsonist. Along this time, the group participated in a party of the townsfolk making within a barn in KELSION itself. An enjoyable time was had, and the party went to bed late, some tired, others attempting to plan ahead. And that is where we left off. The day is cold, but the sun is splitting through the gray clouds in several rays that brush down onto the town of KELSION. You have things to do today, others, not much at all. What is it you'd like to do?
Okay, so there are a few conversations that need to be had.
Yes, indeed.
In regards to names are hard. In character name Nicholas.
KELSION?
KELSION. Okay, thank you.
It's been a week.
It has been a week.
Yeah.
I'm the good-looking tiefling, remember?
You almost treaded dangerous territory.
I like how you insulted 2 people with that mistake.
No, I'm willing to fight another tiefling, but not Satyr. Satyr's a bit too crazy for me to handle.
Satyr could probably ruin any.
He was at the party, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
You got quite a bit tipsy.
Okay, I was gonna say he's shit-faced.
So
So
you have a
Get away with it.
hell of a headache this morning.
So I had promised you that I would describe to you what exactly happened in regards to the Varkin situation. Back when that first happened, I did a message to you to explain that to you. So sometime after waking up, taking COIL with me, I want to approach KELSION to basically explain that and summarize that to you pretty quickly over breakfast.
Okay. I still remember it from last session, so
Cool. We can skim over that.
yeah.
But now you know that in character as well as out.
Okay, so in the morning, I'm assuming that you are getting breakfast back in the caravan,
Yep.
as it is early morning. As you were nearby to begin with, Lux had given you your knapsacks to be sleeping in the near area, the fresh ones that you had received recently from him before the kidnappings. You do hear a bit of a commotion coming from the near center, where the wooden tripod holding this small pot that now sits over the fire as breakfast is being cooked. You see Lux being followed by Barak as he goes, "Barak, we already made our decision. We will be leaving today."
Okay, no, I say no, we haven't. I haven't, I'm sorry. No, I have not. I was gonna go cool with that and be like, no, I haven't, like, decide not to.
Lux turns around and crosses his arms. "You do realize of recent that you've become under my employ, correct? I am your boss." The golden tiefling just affixes his horns that have the piercings in them. "What would make me stay?"
We can stay and help our acquaintances. I don't know if we're all friends yet. One of you is a murderer in my eyes.
You don't know nothing.
Yeah, you were lied to.
You believed it.
Pretty well. That's why Uwe is lied to me. Anyway.
The golden tiefling with white hair, red ruby eyes, he stares at you with a large smile.
Oh, dude. I want to say some stuff.
I already said my goodbyes. What would keep me here?
We can help him find the arsonist.
We.
Or I. Can meet up with you later.
Who are you volunteering? What, do you think we can just take Kramer? Sure, let's ask Rolla if she can just give up her son to go chase an arsonist. They're both little kids, it works out, right? I'm merely pulling your leg.
I can stay.
You are under my
You
employ.
can take me away with you.
He's coming along anyways.
Oh, I didn't know if you want him to stay with me.
You know, you're not really fighting for this. You're just more pushing. Okay. You want to stay and catch the arsonists.
I do.
Why?
Because these people need help.
Sure, but my people could be a target.
I don't know what to say to that. I didn't think you were gonna go with that. We're technically all targets in this world. I'm just saying. Some more than others.
True, except in this case we're not near an insane firebug. Most don't have a target that throws bombs.
I mean, we would if we still had a little robot.
What?
Nothing. I'm like so lost for words, dude. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
You are all approaching and have gotten pretty close at this point, and you see Lux just nods to you as you're all passing by.
I instantly. Do you guys need help?
He turns to you guys in an attempt to stop one of you. Brushing past in like the big conglomerate you are, I'd probably say Kara probably leading the walk to it. It'd probably be DATH'TAN, CAEDRIK, and SAAKA right off on the right side. So you have any one of those three available to you, Barak.
I ask all of them. You guys need help
Yell to
catching.
us?
Yes, catching this.
You guys are
arsonist.
probably like 10 feet apart. They're off on the one side of the wagons, what would be its left, in past the road into like a small alleyways where this tripod is for food. So you guys are kind of sifting into the alleyway to go to Kothid and the twins to get food.
So you just yelled to like
The
rest-
group in general.
Yeah.
What was that? They're just like, hey, buddy, come here.
You're being called as you're entering like this alleyway, like past the carts just off to your right at this point. They're like arguing, and he looks past Lux to call to you.
Did he yell it?
Yes.
As he do, Satyr kind of, he like squints eyes and goes like, hey, keep your voice down.
I chuckle a little, I can tell.
You see Lux sighs, and his tail just kind of swipes across the ground both ways before he turns. Do you need help?
Who?
He gestures.
And in what regards? Help
I
with
mean,
the
do we-
dishes or something else?
Dishes, yes. We do.
Dishes probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, do we really need him?
More help would not be.
I'm
I mean,
probably
yes, more
not
help-
the best person to ask that question.
Yeah, you did
Yeah.
you did
Guys, I just kinda
You are 10 feet away when you cannot hear us.
As useful as
Brock,
is.
as you hear this, some of them just kind of go into the huddle, while the others just kind of stare, 1,000-yard stare in your direction.
Doesn't look creepy at all.
So this, I'm gonna actually address both Barak and the rest of the party with this.
Okay.
As good as you are in a fight, Barak, I'm a little concerned with trying to take a person alive with your particular skill set.
Whoa.
I think your protective
When
services
we were in
would
the
be...
prison, who took the prisoner first, and then we all agreed we're just gonna schwalk him. My only idea. I was the one that took him prisoner instantly. So you guys voted to kill, then we killed him. So that was on you. So I'm gonna plot a mirror and show you maybe you should have
I'm
killed
assuming
yourself.
that this isn't in character.
Not the mirror part.
I was in a library, basically, not in my right mindset at that time.
Okay, well that's your party. So
That's-
if anything, I'm just joining the cause.
The problem is we can't take him a bowl of chili and say, here's your arsonist. If you get what I'm saying.
Can we just make him read the book again?
I'm probably not the best person to ask that question.
Brock,
Yeah.
practically speaking, the amount we are being given for taking the arsonist isn't that much.
Oh, I'm not
We're-
asking for money. I'll find something on the way. I was gonna say something.
What does that mean?
Remember the robot arm I gave you? I was gonna be like, that could be my little trophy to start it off, but then I forgot I gave you back the arm for like a little bucket.
Oh, Bucket was so hard.
Why did we take Bucket's arm?
I gave it back to you. It was an accident.
And his little thingy
Just
majig,
double
he's
check.
out in
Last
the
one
other
is
world.
Was a
Yep. I remember
When I
Bucket.
said I gave you the parts to fix it,
you guys
and
left
then
him
you
in the
lost him.
orphanage because his
I
speed was not
didn't
enough to
listen.
catch
I
up
was
to you
not
guys. So you guys
informed that we were
dashed
losing.
out, and so he was like just walking, and you guys left Bucket, and the only thing left was the arm Barack pulled off of him.
And his little thingy majig.
But I gave it back to him, so it's in your
Yeah, and
bag.
the head casings that you guys swept up.
And so poor Bucket's all exposed with one arm back in the other world.
Yeah, you guys left him in the orphanage.
That's where he belongs.
Yeah, who cares?
I hate it when robots expose themselves in the orphanage.
We are
Said the
okay.
9-year-old.
Said the 9-year-old.
Stuff your face with some chocolate.
I said that in out of character.
You said I assumed as such. You see, Lux,
When are you leaving, Lux?
I was hoping after breakfast, but Barack approached me saying that we should stay for another day or so until the business with this arsonist is done.
How could you help us capture the arsonist?
If I
See,
may,
Lux just kind of cocks an eyebrow and looks back to Barack. What can you do to catch an arsonist?
Do you have a plan at least or anything?
Technically, I could sniff the person out if we have their scent. But
I
We
could
don't.
also do that.
Coil raised both of his hands up. Me too.
okay, you got me on that one. That's all I
Any other ideas?
Because if you
No,
end
it
up
does sound
getting
bad.
captured by the arsonist, you're not only depriving
How the
Lux.
heck is a child gonna capture me? The child has a higher chance of capturing your child.
This arsonist is capable.
He
of
smiles.
more.
The little kid looks at me. A kid steals a kid.
Do you know what arson is?
can you spell it for me?
You know that fire hurts, right?
Fire bad.
Okay.
Fire very bad.
You
You
get
use it in a
captured, you
sentence.
get killed. You not only deprive Lux, but then we have to deal with it.
Lux, if I might
Yes.
suggest something,
Go
as well
ahead.
as yourself, Barack. If you leave as you had planned, as would be most practical for you and your caravan, and then Barack stays with us one more evening to attempt to catch the arsonist with us. If we are unsuccessful, you catch up with the caravan and you are on your merry way, along with Brulda and Jesse. That way you have your chance, and you can stay as their guard. Does that sound reasonable? You can skip that day of pay, of course.
I would assume as such, but this would be more of a question for Barack to Jesidiah. Although they're all under my employ at the moment, you seem to be under Jesidiah's little hook of friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be a conversation for the old man.
I really did.
If it's alright with him, you can stay here for one more day. Afterwards, I want you catching up with us.
I'm gonna go find him.
He's not far, as the rest of you who begin heading see him already next to the breakfast pot, seemingly sitting there with one hand, his staff up against the nearest wall. He's leaning against it, his one hand holding a bowl. He's just kind of dipping his head into it, sipping out the soup, and then putting his head up slowly, the dribbling of soup falling from his face. Hmm.
him finish his food before I have any conversation with him.
It takes about 15 minutes, 20, much longer than it should. For...
You know, this conversation would have went. We're talking every 2 seconds.
It's like help him eat or something. Just
Hold the bowl.
Just grab a spoon and just
Start force feeding a turtle.
Here comes the choo-choo train.
And that's how I lost 2 fingers to a turtle. That's my character scream because he's missing 2 fingers. You started it, man.
You could.
you successfully killed him.
Yeah.
Man, you were very right.
Here comes the choo-choo train. No, I don't know why I did it in Jesidiah's voice.
That was good.
I can do it.
What the hell was that?
Oh no.
It's like weird stuff coming out.
I'm just picturing Kung Fu Panda when he was just at the tree talking. So, and then he's like, no.
A turtle was a mistake.
Here
That
comes
voice
the...
alone was
There
a
are-
mistake.
No, here
He was
comes
not
the
a mistake.
choo-choo train.
He was a blessing.
Kyo just inhale as he just slowly leaves the spoonful and his head just tilts back.
Anyways,
He obviously doesn't want it. You just keep poking his lip with it, though. Sorry.
anyways,
As you were saying, Dungeon Master.
I will remember this. Don't worry.
The DM
Don't
will
really
remember
follow
that.
us,
He, as he's drinking what looks to be a morning broth, he looks up to you all. Oh, hello. How may I be of assistance to you all today?
Wait, I need to talk to you about something.
Oh. Morning, bro.
Good morning.
How may I help you?
So, I was, it was an idea I threw out there. I was thinking of staying for a day with them to try to help them catch the arsonist. And, catch back up with you guys.
Catch back up. How long would you be staying?
A day.
A day.
A day.
You see, he doesn't really have like.
I bring him more soup as he's thinking.
It's more, he has just 2 small nostrils, and you see them get very tight and slitted as he breathes in. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Great. Turtle. Just.
Wait, what's your persuasion score?
2.
Can I go up and to Brock and Jesidiah?
You are amongst in this small alleyway, sure.
Okay.
You see that as you walk in, this alleyway is not very large, as you are in the more western part of town. This is a bit of an offshoot road the caravan sits on, and you've walked into what looks to be just 2 wooden, ramshackle square buildings. And in the center of it is just this small tripod set up for breakfast. Crowds are kind of coming in and out, flowing either direction to just pick up a bowl, get some food, and walk right out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of pushing through some people or asking people to move out of the way. And you're about knee height, which they do. They clear you some room, and then you're standing next to Barak, who's leaning up against the wall with his shoulder, and Jesidiah, who's just relaxing back, almost look like he's partially tilted with his shell against it. And Jesidiah kind of looks to you as you walk up.
Was he talking to you about staying?
Why, yes, he was. He leans forward, kind of rocking his shell back and forth to get the momentum to lean
Easy
forward.
to pick you up. He just rocks his
And, is there anything you want to add?
If
Barak, what was the persuasion?
9.
Gotcha.
well,
As you're talking, you are interrupted by the small Tabaxi.
if he stays, he'll be able to help this entire town. And if you stay as well, maybe you'll be able to help us.
This turtle can't say no to that job.
Make a persuasion check.
Even if it's a nat 1. Anyways, not that rude.
10.
Nat 1.
Oh, fuck.
Is that a nat 1?
That was.
He says no.
Hey.
Unfortunate.
That's a 19 together.
That's not how that works.
Not quite. It's not a team DC.
It should be his child here.
He looks over to Barack. One day, I will not be staying, as I made a agreement with Lux. I'm not just going to leave Endon and Barolda alone to watch the caravan. I'm going to be going with them. But you have Barack. Best of wishes about that.
I'm like, the offended look.
He quietly snickers under his breath.
And I even brought him another bowl of soup. This damn turtle. I love him.
Go ahead and get some breakfast now. We don't want you not getting any bigger.
His 3'1" self walks away. I tried.
An effort was made.
Nat 1.
If you all want it, a salty and warm breakfast broth is given to you all for the morning.
Sure.
By all means.
Food's food at this point.
Not much for any vegetables or meat or potato in this. You feel like they're trying to reserve what they can day by day, but it's filling. It has calories at a certain level.
I'll take it.
Once again, the day is yours.
Okay.
Okay. Remind me, Barack, what, out of character, were you there for the conversations in regards to the plan to catch the arsonists? I don't recall.
He kind of separated with Jesidiah in and out.
Okay.
Also, he went out of town hunting with Brolda.
Right,
so,
right.
no, he was not.
Okay.
That's tonight, and they were doing that, right?
I believe that is the plan.
Unless you guys decide to delay it with Enoch,
Yeah.
he's going to give his announcement sometime today.
Yep. So, I'm
Should
gonna
probably go attend the speech though.
definitely attend the speech.
Yeah.
But that's later today, if I understand. It is still early morning. Going to make eye contact with you, Barack, and then do the mind thing. We have a plan to catch the arsonist, and that is this. The arsonist is targeting... Ignore it, it's fine. People who are important to the town's survival. He seems to be disrupting the town and the mine. If we try and make things run smoothly, they will try and stop us. So, we have bait. Enoch, the next town leader. He is going to try to reopen the mine and be bait of sorts for this arsonist. We have to catch the arsonist quickly and non-lethally. Any questions? Good.
You are, at this point, all kind of, unless you are staying separate, collected within this dirt road on the western side of town. So you, once again, are carving a little bit of a figure as this whole group is standing amongst each other. Several of the rundown homes are lining the streets, several different small offshoot roads or alleyways leading you through town.
We do not know exactly where Enoch is staying as of yet. Enoch,
You figure that you will find out upon his...
on speech. Okay.
Mhm.
So in that case, we can't make any plans in regards to that until later. I guess it is an important question. Are we actually using Enoch as bait? Or try and use deception
I think by him giving that speech, he's willing to accept that he'll be bait.
Safer. Using this bait.
I lament my lack of disguised self at this point. But I think you are right that it is important. What, then, can we use to ensure his survival? We talked about using a basement, but that is not in itself a guarantee.
We could try to layer him with some spells and some buffs in order to, if he does take damage, lessen what he takes. I can give him a blessing. That should help him out a bit.
Should one of us be with him?
I think that would probably be a smart idea.
For sure.
Or just one?
Pick whoever would be most suited for that task.
Probably one of our clerics, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Maybe the one resistant to fire?
That is probably wise, yes.
You're just trying to get out of security gates.
Oh, I don't want to do it.
We appreciate your honesty.
I mean,
Anytime.
Probably the two that are resistant to fire could be around him.
They're probably going to need you out on the field to try to catch this guy.
That is also a good point.
It'd probably be less suspicious for only one of us to be with. You know.
We might want to talk to Hesela to see about getting a bygone guard uniform for you.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yes, because even in a uniform, he's going to blend in.
Better than nothing, at least.
Can I do a perception check? See if we're being
Watched.
if we're being watched.
Out of curiosity, I can use one, but does
22.
anybody have a disguise kit?
I just begin crawling through the windows. No, I'm joking. There are several townsfolk.
I may not be able
that,
to
since
disguise
your
myself
arrival, have been
magically,
giving
but
you
I
attention.
might be
Anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
good at
no.
hands. So
Uh,
we'll
I
see
got
about
you see
getting
a
the
familiar
uniform
face or
and then
two amongst, like,
I'll
just
try
the
to
crowd, but that's
look
just, like,
as
you
human
walking
as
through the
possible.
streets day by day.
Okay.
Just beginning to be like,
Oh,
oh, you.
Hat.
And some people just stay to their own place.
Okay.
As you found out.
You just need like
But once
a
again,
really
you are
top
all
hat.
kind of just standing in the middle of the road at this point.
Because I'm assuming this is like a loud conversation.
Well, I think we're trying to do a quiet huddle.
You
right?
may
Stage
notice
whisper.
that Care was doing something he's done to you before, which is a mental or telepathic conversation
Okay.
he was having. So he has not really said a word, technically, while some of you on the outside have been, I'm assuming, talking in more hushed tones and moving about rather than just standing still.
It's a little suspicious for all.
Just, huddled, standing still,
Together.
and speaking loudly.
Okay.
At this point, even with your new acquaintances and not quite knowing everything about one another, or even trusting one another, you've all at least grown accustomed to speaking in lower tones at this point in time, as you have traveled with each other for weeks on end.
I walk over to KELSION and tap on his leg a few times.
What's up, buddy?
He holds a disguise kit.
Cool. Let's keep that for now. Once we can see if I can get a uniform, then I'll ask you about it.
You do see the box looks very worn out, but it looked like there was lettering at some point on it, but it's an old wooden box. Upon taking a peek under, they look used and or perhaps played with at certain points, but it is a usable disguise kit.
Okay.
Several different makeups and touch-ups, foundation.
Hopefully I can get at least somewhat resembling either half-elf or a human. It'll be hard to disguise the horns, but maybe some sort of hat or helmet may hide that a bit better.
You've noticed that each one of them wears a helmet, but looks more for a humanoid head than one that is crowned with horns.
Instead of one of us.
Yeah, that is the downside.
Just see if you fit everyone.
We'll see as we go.
None of us look like him at all. We've got
It was
which are
a
like
big
neon
play
colors.
moment.
We have an old man. We have cat. We have dwarf. We have half-orc, also woman, and you, which are also more orc, less woman.
Large orc.
Large orc.
No woman.
No woman. No Russian. Okay.
What?
No, we'll have we'll have inside the uniform. It's just CAEDRIK on the bottom half, COIL on the top half.
That could work.
Convincing.
Every step, Jaron, strength and athletics roll, please.
I have -2 strength. Let's go.
Okay. So there's no way we're gonna get any of us to look convincing like the mayor. So this is primarily just to have a bodyguard that looks like a bygone guard instead of one of us.
The entire funny idea painted of CAEDRIK being a large, wide dwarf, so there's just a wide, low-footed, and then tiny Tabaxi head with like the arms not even coming out on the sleeves, saying, "I'm the town mayor."
Boy.
Hello. Yes, I am.
Remember Princess Carolyn's boyfriend?
No. You know what I'm talking about?
Vincent Adult Man
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
from the Business Factory.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You
So
guys are goofy today.
we are always.
When are we not?
So
Yeah.
disguise
A little bit
kit.
more so.
Hasala, hammer down. We need,
Yeah.
That's something we can go do. Anything else we need to go... In regards to anything else we can do to prepare, I guess, there's not really much.
I would still slightly like to look at the houses that were burnt down.
If
If they're still standing.
I believe we did that prior, yes. We've looked at some of the prior houses that have been burnt down.
Some, not all, I believe.
Some, not all.
You guys
My
have doubled
memory
back
could
on
be
a few
wrong.
houses you've already investigated as well.
Okay. So we
I would not remember that.
Know where we are darting around as well. Know the area, know the alleyways, know all of that. I can probably slip in and out of the alleyways.
As soon as Enoch tells us where we are making our play, we can figure that out for certain.
Alright.
Guess we just go talk to. Oh no.
Hasela?
Yep.
Yes. I suppose also trying to limit the amount of flammable items in the house, perhaps, if we can. Wine barrels, flammable clothing, blinds, put them somewhat a little bit away from where we are keeping Enoch.
Definitely.
Should we continue walking the town as a group, or shall we split up until speech?
Probably split up to smaller groups, not
Yeah.
disperse single person at a time, but 2s, 3s, maybe.
I would almost say just split the party in half and be good that way.
That works.
Is there a place where CAEDRIK can go sleep?
Anywhere back near the caravan or in the wagons.
Alright, because before we do this, I gotta get rid of this headache.
That was your own fault.
Hey, shut up!
Alright.
The band comes into town.
Comes out right behind you.
So yeah, CAEDRIK's gonna go back to where he was sleeping and try to sleep until the speech.
One of you come wake me up.
Sure, Ellie will do that.
Alright, cool.
Bucket of ice cold water.
So you are all separated.
I believe
What are the
it's-
groups?
We should
Probably-
probably get a group to go get the outfits, and then a scouting group, maybe?
A scouting group.
We need some of us to
find out.
talk to Hasela and some of us to look at
Mingle with the people.
mingle
The
with
one
people.
with the noses. No.
We probably should take you to Hasela.
Nah, I'll go mingle with the people.
We need to know what's like
I know.
if a costume even fits you. If we have something in your size.
I'm not one
Hopefully.
for
He's built a bit limber. Taking a look at him, he has muscle on him, and he's a pretty tall tiefling. But he is not like gigantic, jacked, or misshapen in any way that would make him freakish to put into a guard costume.
I'm not a
No, one
barbarian.
arm is shorter than the other.
Yeah.
Like his legs are also offset.
He has one gigantic bug eye.
Yeah.
That last spell really went bad.
Yeah.
I don't like people.
I don't believe there's a way you're going to be able to join either group without talking.
Don't think people would want to talk to you. No offense.
Well, it's okay because I don't want to talk to people either.
You just speak in a
Okay.
different language and want you to look at you like, what?
That's actually quite enjoyable, though. I do that like all the time when I'm bored.
Kel, who do you want to take with you to go talk to Asala, and then we can figure it out from there?
He counts the whole table.
I want
Just
everyone.
Just trying to think on what would be equal groups.
Cedric's
I think-
sleeping.
Yes.
Okay, Satyr sleeping down to 6. DATH'TAN, you can probably be good with the people. I know you don't like it, SAAKA, but you might.
You want him to go to crowds of people?
Do it. I need to go mingle.
I'll go with you.
Either you
I
or
guess the two
Brock
murderers.
Yup.
Go mingle.
I will go mingle with Captain.
Oh
And then-
God, I'm glad I'm not a part of that party.
I'll go.
Coil.
I am not letting him out of my sight.
Okay, so I was gonna say probably have him mingle, but
Talking
if you're
to
not gonna let him out of
strangers.
your sight,
I can help.
Friendly. Straight.
so I guess you're
I-
coming with us to
I'm
discuss.
friendly. I like strangers. I'll help. Hey, buddy.
So then I guess both Brock and SAAKA are probably gonna go mingle.
Ooh.
Oh God.
I'm
Why do you?
We both
why
look
are
at
you
you and
checking
the
me
whole
with
table
them?
agrees instantly.
If he's coming,
Alright,
I'm not coming.
I mean, green team?
It's gonna be like a we'll be right back, and it's Saga and Brock murdering people on the streets.
Green power?
Green team. We're all green.
Just put Eric on right there.
Oh, dude. The powerhouse team.
Okay. Green
With a tag
team.
team.
maybe not the best plan.
Don't
but
yell that one on the street. You think we're coming to raid them? Green team, green. The whole villagers are gonna kill
So
us.
we're gonna have the murderers all go mingle with people?
Yes.
Should Coil and I take their place?
The murders and
No,
the
no,
baby.
no, that's a bad idea.
Alright.
SAAKA, Brock,
What is this?
What's a worse
you'll come
idea?
with me to Hysela.
Let us go talk to him.
Oh
hey, I found the arsonist.
Hey, what's up? I've killed multiple people.
How else do you start a conversation?
Not with that.
Hello, how many people have you murdered?
Dude, easy. The arsonist might be stupid.
Hey,
I just
what's
bring
your
this.
kill
I
count?
found him.
Hey, what's up? Do you like arson? I do.
They're gonna burn in that building.
This session's gonna go great.
You're gonna start
Oh.
firebugs and
What
all
happened?
this.
I like war crimes.
Alright.
So I guess SAAKA and Brock, you'll come with me to
Hey,
Hysela.
I
Yeah.
can mingle.
But you just said you don't want to.
Well, now you're telling me I can't, so.
So do you want to mingle or not?
No.
Okay.
Okay. There we
Well,
go.
let's go to Hysela.
You, myself.
We mingle
That-
with
that-
this.
Okay,
that is
what
so
are the
much better.
teams? I
Okay.
asked a question 5 minutes ago and we went off track.
I think we're still.
Dath, Care, Coil talking to people.
Okay.
SAAKA, Kel, and Barak talking to Hell.
Hassan?
Hasala.
Oh, God.
Hasala. Hasala.
Talking to hell.
Talking to Hell.
Helga.
Oh, that's a great nickname for her.
Cause she.
Don't tell her that.
Bang.
Yeah, we're gonna go talk to her.
You know what Care just called you?
You're gonna see her coming down. You're gonna be like,
And then Satyr off sleeping.
Okay.
Alright. So,
You want me to toss them
Don't worry about it.
oh my gosh. Alright, we're back.
Audio quality is gonna be a.
You just
a
continue
thing.
talking about dumb shit for a minute till it's over.
So, Dath, Coil, Care. You're going to go speak with people?
Yes.
Yes.
Barak, Kelsion, SAAKA, and CAEDRIK, you're going to go
Satyr
separately off.
I'm
to
taking a
sleep.
nap.
Okay. So the 3 of you are going to go to Hysela.
I see nothing wrong with this.
So let's deal with Hysela. From the western part of town. Give me a moment. I'll actually check of just what would be closer.
Quick question.
Sure thing.
As I walk to go to sleep, do I walk past Jesse?
He is
By the
in the
caravan.
caravan, and if you're
Okay.
going to be sleeping in the caravan, then yes, you would. You would run into him, or at least have eyes on him.
Jesse,
He'd be
can you
sitting
tell
in
me a
your-
bedtime story?
Nah. If I walk by Jesse, like, hey, Jesse!
You kind of figure out where he is due to how low one of the wagons are, and you see that his feet are still just slightly dangling off the back end, and you see him. Oh, hey there.
Hey, I got a really bad headache. Do you know how to, like, fix that?
Sleep.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
I could.
And I go, oh,
All right.
Hey, you got a little, like, soup on your face.
Saving it for later.
Hey, that's what I like to do with the beard.
I can't vote.
he looks very sad at that realization that turtles can't grow beards. And then he'll head over to where he was sleeping
Okay.
and just
Picking a spot under any shade that there is provided, or just any cover the wagons give, you end up climbing into one and just rolling up and falling asleep.
Yep.
Most of the work hands being polite enough to leave you be for the time being,
aw, thank you.
as their work is not needed at the moment. Okay. Black Lung Brew's in the west side of town, so let's go deal with the first.
How we can deal with it? Well, people deal with first.
So from where you
That
are,
was
you
worse.
actually head. From where you are, you actually head a little bit east, as you are closer to the wall than anything else, and it's a little bit backtracking to get to the Black Lung Brew. But one or two streets down, you end up walking and seeing the front side of the tavern bar once again. You see a different guard, rather than the first one you saw, kind of rocking on the rocking chair, as he sits right out in the front porch. You guys see the same worn sign hanging from it. He sees your approach. Hello there.
Hello, we need to speak with Hisela about something.
You see that he looks back to the rickety, off-kilter doors, and she's a little bit busy at the moment. Is there something I could pass on to her?
How busy?
I don't want to push our luck.
She is dealing with issues that are going to be going on in the next day or so.
What kind of issue?
We can probably wait out here if you want to just tell her that we're waiting for whenever she has free time.
Is there a name to we?
The menagerie. She'll probably recognize that one.
Very well. We're here. He stands up, turns and opens one of the doors and walks inside. You hear the creaking and swings back, and both kind of hit and swing back and forth for a little before resting. And before they come to a final rest, Hisela walks outside. You see she looks a little disheveled, puts her silver hair back. Yes?
I did not mean to pry you away from whatever you were doing. We told the guy out here that we would wait if you were too busy, but
I am pretty busy, but you've done work before, so I'm sacrificing some
in
time.
regards to the arsonist, we have a plan to protect. Why can't I remember his name? Enoch.
You hear a voice
Such
shout from
experts.
across town.
We have a plan to better protect Enoch and capture the arsonist.
Okay.
The only thing is we would need a bygone guard uniform that could fit me.
You.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's to blend in, of course.
Yes.
But we don't carry spares.
Instantly
there
looks at a
anyone
guard,
who would
get
be
naked.
off duty for the night that is about my size that I could borrow their uniform?
It is cute that you think I allow my men to take breaks.
What do you do for new guards that come in?
we make them a new fitted suit.
How long does that take?
That's
Considering that none of us are tailors, it takes quite a while. But throughout their training, they normally have one made up for them.
Alright, let's tell them to get naked. I don't say that. I'm just thinking it.
Oh, you're just thinking it.
Yeah. I'm just
So
thinking
you're wanting one of my guards to disrobe so you can have their armor.
it. Yes, ma'am.
not necessarily. We were looking for a
Yes.
spare.
She's moving.
Yes. It sounds like that is the only option.
Low key, we're just like, green team, get naked, green team.
And what is the size, if I may ask?
Or power unite.
I would then list off my rough measurements.
Okay. Well, you are taller than most people.
Unfortunately, we don't have. There's not a lot of people within our group that could
They're too big or too tall. I mean,
disguise.
too big, too small.
Except you, you're saying.
Either me, the other tiefling in our group is roughly the same size as me. Only one who could possibly fit is maybe Care.
He's a shorter fellow, but he's a bit thin. Feel like most of the armor needs to be filled out. Don't want to look like a child wearing an adult's clothes.
Yes,
just-
have the old man protect the mayor. Brilliant idea.
Spellcaster.
Again,
I have no
You
protection.
know, I wouldn't be
idea.
saying that out loud too often.
I know. Which comes to worse?
the old frail man of our group. Yes, throw him at the target.
In heavy armor.
But we don't have a lot of options in terms of disguise.
Anybody know how to sew?
Give me a minute. She turns around,
You have the
walks
kit.
in,
You have the kit.
closes.
Just because I have a makeup kit does not mean I have the uniform to go with it.
Oh, well, I don't know how this works.
Making myself disguise as it, making myself look human enough, does not mean I also have the clothes to match.
Do you realize Kay ran away and laid on the ground during the fight the other day, right? You do remember that?
That was a few days ago.
That happened all behind me. I was so focused forwards.
He ran away from the fight and laid on the ground. I'm guessing praying for his life.
Are you
I don't
sure
know.
he didn't trip?
Possibly.
Sure, you didn't trip.
Maybe it's not a good idea to paint him as the target to try to protect the most important man in town.
I'm trying to give all possible options here.
We're trying to be too nice.
Alright, guys, let's all draw sticks.
There is no problem with being too nice.
You're being too nice.
Yes, there is.
Within a few, it takes 10, maybe 11 minutes as you're sitting there. You can continue discussing it.
Poor guard comes out, shivering,
We
crying.
can't please everyone. We
But I
have
can
to.
try my hardest.
Not if it doesn't get things done.
Eventually it will.
Eventually it's long. It's too
Could
long.
be a short time.
I'm just
It's
standing there, like,
indeterminate.
watching this, like, ah, man.
Would you rather I bulldoze my way through every conflict, or try to make friends for later on?
It gets
We give him the
done.
choice, be our friend or die.
It gets things done in short term.
I didn't know we
You
had
gotta
a
think long
blanket at our
term.
party.
Not you can't be everyone's friend.
Mom and Dad are fighting.
I know I can. I will not be friends with that Eldritch Vulture. There is my one friend I will not be friends with.
So I asked
Oh,
the
here
guard
I
that's
thought you'd be
standing
friends
over
with
there,
everyone.
so how's your shift going? Are we enlightening you?
There is a way to make peace with everyone.
Not if
Mostly
it's
everyone.
people's
Sorry.
Not if
lives.
his name's Novak.
What?
I had to.
Okay.
My soul hurts.
You two finished?
For the most part, probably just will end up being brought back up later.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, none other than Hasela actually walks back out wearing nothing but a tunic and trousers, holding her armor.
Oh.
Turns out I'm the only one tall enough.
And I'm over here.
She tosses it to you. I actually am a little bit bigger than you, muscular, so you may have to attempt to fill it in a little bit more. But she walks up and hands you the leggings, main armor, There is no helm to this armor as she hands it to you. And
Man, you might want
it
to
is
thank
darker
her,
than the normal
offer her some clothing.
leather brown. She is wearing clothing. She's not buck naked.
She's close enough. She's close enough.
She's wearing a tunic and trousers. But she hands you dark boots, a much more custom, almost black leather, along with the symbol that's on it. It looks to be a red cloth that hangs off her shoulder, stuck to it. This looks a bit more official, as a higher rank, as she hands it to you piece by piece. I suggest you don't get dressed right out in the middle of the street.
Out of curiosity, since there's no helmet, do any of the bygone guards wear any sort of cloaks at all, or anything with a hood?
Cloaks?
Yes.
No. Most of us just wear our officialized helm. There's a few different groups and fellow affiliations that help us that wear much more enshrouding gear, but not us. We more or less brighten up the shadows.
Okay. I will keep that in mind, and I will work on the disguise then. And I'll basically thank her. Is there anything else you'd like for us to keep in mind, or?
Give me my armor back.
I will. I'm not planning on keeping it. I have my armor that I like. This is merely temporary.
You do know just because we're working together just doesn't mean I have to trust you all the way, right?
Oh, I know that for a fact. Just because you work with something does not mean they're trustworthy.
Good. Oh, you see that she reaches into the pile of clothes you have, feels around, and pulls her large pistol. You're not getting this.
I work better at close range anyways.
Good. She looks for a place to holster, realizes she doesn't have one, so just keeps it pointed at the ground.
Can I try to take the holster off of the clothes that she gave me?
Looking, it's sewn in.
Never mind.
She walking around with just a holster.
Then I guess I'll thank her, and then I'll start heading back to the caravan.
Alright. So, unless some of you are not following, Kelsion turns around and begins to walk away.
Oh no, we follow him.
Okay.
And this is where we just leave.
You didn't like me last campaign for being too moody. Now you don't like me for being a kiss ass. Pick a side.
Well, that's because your roles have swapped.
Okay. Last campaign, I was today.
Okay. To COIL character. Really, it's take your pick. There are small bunchings, groups. Sometimes it's just maybe family size, or maybe it is a family of anywhere between 4 to 6 people with a few neighbors thrown in. Some groups are a tiny bit larger than that. Others are kind of like whole groupings of people that are either eating or just talking and attempting just to get through the day by conversing with one another.
So I guess before we depart, what exactly is our line of questioning? What information are we trying to gain out of this? We know most of the pieces already.
I mean, any new information would be quite helpful. I guess a better knowledge of where we are at in the city, in town. Other than that, I don't really know what type of questions we need to be asking.
That is my concern as well. I think a lot of the information we already have, other than the exact identity of the arsonist. The pieces like the motive we guess, things like the means, the puppets we already are aware of.
Puppets. The buildings that. Do you know about the buildings that were already burned down? I know they were of importance to the town, but was there an order of which they were burned down? Could ask about that.
That is a question. I don't know whether that would prove insightful, but it might be worth asking nonetheless.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think of, Coil?
Well, we can always look around and see if there's anyone suspicious.
We could. That is definitely an option, but I don't think we are going to find anything that way. If this person strikes at night, then all we really have to look for is individuals of a certain height, really, and that's not super helpful. What are we going to ask? Are you the arsonist? That will not go well, unfortunately.
He's a little offended by that, but
Oh.
I ruffle his ears.
Perhaps we should have asked the others before we let them go.
Yeah, probably. Guess we should just start maybe asking around, just walking. See what's going on around town. If we don't find anything, we should just wait for the announcement.
Yes, I think that's all we can do. Break. Do we want to go as the same group of three, or do
We should probably stay in as a group.
Sounds good.
So I think the three of us are going to approach primarily the larger groups of people.
Okay. The races are never very diverse. You do see every once in a while. The more rare seems to be a dwarf and or a half-orc, but for the most part, these are half-elves, humans. Each group clears a lane or gestures to you, looks over their shoulder at you, and acknowledges your existence as you walk up. This one in particular has several half-elves, humans, half-orc amongst them, as they just all look to you. They look to be maybe workers out of job at the moment, or just people who have been doing the physical work throughout the town as they look to you.
I'm gonna go up to one of them.
Okay.
Hi, excuse me. I was wondering if I could ask you just a few questions about the buildings that were burned down.
You see that there's a young man, blonde hair, a full beard growing in for someone as young as he looks, bluish steel eyes, kind of looks you up and down, wearing a rolled up tunic with calloused fingers and dirty hands. And yeah, sure.
Of the buildings that were burned down, what sort of importance were they, if they had any?
They were just good people. We don't have many stores or shops around here or a mining town. We're kept to ourselves, really. It was good people that people looked up to. Some of them were caught in the fire and died. Others just lost something important to them, or maybe even a family member in it. They've broken a lot of strong members of this town.
So they were more of houses,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like they were trying to strap at our heart, really.
All right.
Taking out people we care about. We're aiming for them.
Any other questions for this man?
If I understand correctly, we had heard stories about there being puppets as left as a telltale sign of this arsonist.
I've heard rumors.
And I've heard the same. Do you know anything about this? Like, what rumors did you hear about that?
That there were puppets.
Okay.
Fair enough.
You're telling me that it's a real thing?
If multiple people have heard this rumor, then I can't imagine it came from nothing at all. There must be some glimmer of truth to it, right? Now, I can't think of why that would be the case, which is why it is so curious to me.
Do you know of anyone who lost their houses and survived? If you could point us in their direction.
I mean, I don't know personally, but yeah, Damon, I'm pretty sure lived. He's a little bit shook up, but he's doing okay.
Would you know any of his whereabouts?
Look around town. He was always an active guy, tried to help out who he could, so I'm assuming that he could probably be working with Enoch for all I know. He's been trying to put his efforts into something.
Okay, I think I have one more question. Has there been any patterns with the arson that you could tell of anything, or no?
I mean, when it happened, it wasn't one at a time or a few every single day. It was just a bunch of houses went up, just like that.
Doesn't seem like a pattern.
Well, it almost sounded timed. They just all erupted in flame.
Like,
it was sudden.
All at once? And different places around town?
He kind of looks about at the several different misshapen pattern, and I would think so.
Alright, yeah, thank you.
No problem.
I think that's all the questions?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
So walking away from the group, the fact that they all went up at once is very concerning.
So there might be either more than one, or either some sort of way to light them all up at one time.
As if a light bulb went off in his head, COIL begins aggressively pulling on Kira's coat.
What is it?
What if the puppets are magical? What if they're causing fires?
Given the information that we know, that sounds very, very
What if they place them at the houses all at once, and that's how they cause them to all?
I think that might be what's going on.
Do we know anyone who is in possession of one of the puppets?
You notice that when you enter town, CAEDRIK or ANETH passed a doll of sorts, a torn-up doll, looked fallen apart and ashen to Hasela when you first ran into the sergeant.
Did I ever end up casting Identify on that, or was that pre-Identify?
I believe that I could check my notes. I don't know if I wrote it down. You may have, or may have not. I don't actually remember. It's been a few weeks since that one.
Yeah, quite a few.
I do not have it in my notes, so I do not believe you did.
Okay.
In that case, either we can try to find another one or go to Hasela.
Well, let's look around for a bit. If we have no luck, let's head to Isala.
Yes, that sounds good.
So let's go. I think we're gonna start going towards one of the more burnt sections of town.
Okay. It's not as if there's like a district and or entire section that's just burnt. It is every few houses. Sometimes it is long stretches of houses before another burned one. It's not like there's any sort of specific area that was targeted. It is everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay. What do I recall the puppet being made out of, or looking like?
Sackcloth.
Sackcloth.
Almost looked like anything that was used to contain potatoes or hay or anything of the like was used for it. It looked very simplistic.
Now that I think about it, where might a person acquire large amounts of sackcloth? It's an interesting. It's a common material, but
It is a common. I mean, I guess a general store.
in a time where there are lots of fires and lots of burnt, wasted supplies, acquiring large amounts of sackcloth might prove a little bit difficult. We could see if any of these stores reported large purchases or thefts.
We could always go check.
Let's do that after I try and find one of these puppets, if I can.
So once area with a little bit more densely burnt, I am going to cast Locate Object. I am seeking a burnt sackcloth puppet.
You get one.
Okay.
You had been told, and you and your group have already, or members of the group have already dug around these buildings several times looking for one, to no avail. But as you're standing amongst a set of 3, 2 to your left and 1 just off to your right, each one fallen in some way. The one to your right looks to have been 2-story, but is now just completely fallen in on itself. In this building in particular, under what looks to be large, heavy set pieces of wood and support beams that have fallen over, like right in the dead center of this pile, there seems to be one. Possibly not found due to just how much there is on it.
There is a puppet inside that wreckage. Now, we can either attempt to move that bullshit, or I can attempt to have kindness or treatment. Or how do you feel about digging?
I will move as much as I can. Then you can try to see if you can send kindness in that.
Yes. Coil, if you'd be able to inspire our good friend here to assist him with that, since I know that is a bit heavy for you. During that time, I will get kindness to be a more suitable form for this.
I'm going to basically take a knee atop like one of the broken bits of timber and going to start
Walking into the door frame, it's like it's broken in half pretty much. You're walking into like a half wall, almost like a small picket fence, but now just broken black ashen wall.
Gotcha.
As you walk in past, off to the left, there's a bit of a clear corner, but even then it is exposed, as most of it has fallen inward on itself. But this small corner you could possibly work in to begin changing kindness's form.
Yep. Gonna make kindness a rat.
Okay. You begin working on it. DATH'TAN, you walk up, and the pile is dense. If it's not just like pretty much a sand pile of ash, it is large chunks and pieces of the ceiling of this, the first and second floor. Most of the roof and large structure has just been burnt to nothing. It is literally just ash and dust everywhere around you. And even now you can already see that there is a lining of film touching the bottom of your boots along as catching into it.
Alright. Better start digging. Not gonna slowly start moving away.
Before you roll, I believe Coil was wanting to inspire.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Do the thing good.
Do the thing good.
Okay, so an extra d6. I believe.
Yep.
What type of roll?
This would be in athletics.
Just send us forward.
No.
Beast might be dig better.
I'm tempted to say it becomes a D8 after a certain level, though.
Yes, it continues to climb as you get higher, but I do not believe you're at the level.
21.
No, I'm not.
21.
Yeah.
Okay. Taking some time, deciding not to shift into your other form, you begin piece after piece, ceiling bit after ceiling bit, support beam after support beam. You finally clear it up enough where it's nothing but just a pile of ash, more just like leaves or sand that you have to begin wafting through. You can continue to dig, or you can wait for, at this point, Care to finish. It's been several minutes, but not quite 10.
I'll continue to dig.
Okay. Care.
Yes.
By the time that as you place the owl down, it looks up to you and it begins to shrink down, a small tail, very pink and fleshy, just begins to sprout out. The small face becoming way more weaselly and angled to a small nose, little eyes, large ears, just grows down to a plump rat. And by the time that you look and pick it up with one hand, you turn and DATH'TAN is holding a puppet.
You're slow.
I have a friend for thief. I'm sorry, kindness.
There's two larger
Kindness
teeth.
is the one who's normally a snake, right?
Yes.
That must be weird going from a snake to a rat.
She's
like
been all
going
over
from
the
a
place.
snake to snake.
She's
food.
been. She started as a snake, was then a clipper, was then an owl, is now a rat. And then there's like 12 other forms she can be.
Well, thank you, kindness. I'm certain you'll be very useful this evening during the bait thing.
I'm guessing it's. I'm guessing the doll is covered in like soot and ash.
Yes, completely. And it is not intact. This looks to be just like, it is a puppet, but not taking much of a shape. It has just a large circular head, what look to be button eyes that have completely like burnt off and are at this point just small black nubs in its face. The arms and legs just look to be sewed together very neatly, but with large, just plump, almost what look to be punching bag shaped arms and legs, but they're very tiny, and one is almost completely torn off, the other is burnt away. The legs are still intact, surprisingly, and the main body is just very gingerbread-esque, simple. Looking at it, it is just a maimed, burnt doll.
Looking at the doll, is there a particular place that appears to be most burnt, as if like that's where a
Make an investigation check as you're taking a bit of a closer look through this.
Can I get bardic inspiration?
If
I
you
haven't
wish to
rolled
say
yet.
something, or if you notice that Care is kind of walking up and either looking at it or taking it from DATH'TAN to take a closer look. However, you two are doing that as DATH'TAN is holding onto it.
Ready? Yeah, I'm gonna give him bardic inspiration. I don't really say anything. I just give him reassuring thumbs up.
thumbs up of inspiration. I got this. Yeah.
Was that cocked?
It was a little cocked, but it was very much that. It was not anything more than like 10
Extra
degrees.
D6.
You gotta stop rolling all the thingy, dude.
It's fine. Oh, that's actually super. Plus a D6. I'm just gonna steal the dice. Thank you. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, that is perfectly fine. 21.
Okay. Taking a look through it, it looks like the back is completely scarred and pretty much just burnt and peeled away. There is like no sign of anything that would inspire this or make this so, but it is just completely burned, cracked away, seemingly like peeled and split back a little bit at this point, and there's just little tufts of stuffing that is burnt at the edges and smells terrible as you kind of investigate it yourself.
Is the smell something with which I'm familiar? Like a gunpowdery scent or a...
Strangely, with a 21, you smell a faint bit of burnt cinnamon. It is faint over the ash and just the natural burning of wood smell in here that has still remained even through the storm and everything. But you do pick it up.
That's not a classical spellcasting or potion making region as far as I'm aware.
No, it is not. You feel like you could have a calling card on your hand.
I'm going to take a moment longer to cast Identify on it just to see if there's any remainder. I'm not suspecting I'm going to find anything though.
As you cast Identify, nothing magical.
Okay.
Either there could have been earlier at a certain point, or maybe there never was one.
So, two things I notice. Primarily, the back is the place that is most burnt. That's where I suspect the ignition source was. Secondly, it smells of cinnamon, which is interesting. That is not a magical indicator. It is something else. Now, perhaps this is specious, but how good are your scent tracking skills?
I could guess I smell the back of it to see if I can also smell the cinnamon.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check yourself. See if you even pick up the original scent.
18.
18. You can see where he's coming from, but as you were digging through yourself, have it on your hands, on your clothes and everything, all you really smell is just burnt.
It's just smells like burnt.
That's fair.
Didn't quite get the cinnamon smell, but it smells like it was on fire.
Between yourself and Barak, we might be able to make something of that detail, maybe not. But, again, the general store sounds like a good idea with this information. I don't know if they sell cinnamon in sackcloth, but might be worth asking.
Yeah. Just find the only person in town that has cinnamon.
What are you two laughing about? So I guess I'm understanding most of the stores aren't open at this point.
You would know from having several discussions, they do not have a general store.
Got it, right.
This place is poverty central.
Got
And you figure even asking about that would probably get you somewhat laughed at or a bunch of confused look. This place literally has the small stables it has, the tavern bar, and as far as you know, it has the mines. There's not many places around here. There's a church, but
Where do they acquire food, I guess, is...
you were told, and it was announced from Hasela, that Repton sends them supplies by wagon.
So it's like you are doled a certain quantity of food, you're not purchasing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really, it's a trade-off of we give the rest of this island coal.
Yep.
They give us things to live.
Gotcha. Right. Okay.
Okay.
That's why they aren't a very rich town as more as they are just a town that survives.
Got it.
And having the mine shut down, as far as you know, for a while it's been closed out.
Yep.
It's not good for them, as food has stopped coming.
So, with no store, these supplies must have been from either Repton or elsewhere. Yes.
What if the Motionist isn't even from this town? What if they're from the place you said?
Almost certainly they're not from here originally, perhaps. But as to whether they're getting the supplies from here is a question. Where does one get spices in a low-income place such as this.
You said this town is like mile plus wide between walls, right? This is
Close to.
close to.
It's under a mile wide.
Okay, under a mile wide.
It's not tiny, but it's not exactly what you consider a metropolis or massive. And you figure the spacing and add-on is probably due to the mines itself and where they are at locationally.
So I guess we could wander around and try locating Cinnamon. Or we can return to the KELSION group and see what's going on with them.
I mean, I guess return because we found this.
Yes.
Got a few good questions. Yeah, I think that's all we could do for now.
Sounds good. They're probably at the caravan, yes. Before they...
I would assume so.
Alright, we're gonna return to where the caravan was, assuming that Kel and the others were there, or at the very least talk to CAEDRIK.
Assuming we have not died yet.
Yeah, assuming you haven't died yet.
Okay. So you begin making your way back. Barak, KELSION, SAAKA, you would make it there first. I would say an hour or so has passed in the day so far. How long were you going to take a nap?
I don't know. Probably just keep like when I wake up, see if my headache's still there. If it's still there, go back to sleep.
Okay. It doesn't take long, however, for DATH'TAN, Care, and COIL to meet back up. It looks like the work hands are beginning to prep and pack up, but are not rushing out the door at this point.
So, addressing the members of the party who are currently awake at the very least, and perhaps a little bit quietly, a little bit away from the caravan, just so we don't have any prying ears.
Sure.
We have a few bits of information, not much. How did your garb quest go?
We got armor
He
without
gets to wear a woman's uniform.
Nice.
And with a little bit of makeup, I'm sure he'll look so very pretty.
Oh, he's gonna look beautiful.
We know who the bottom is.
Maybe we should have stuffed one of you guys in this armor. That would fit.
I'm certain I could definitely pass as a fit and hardy guard.
Oh, yeah, especially since it's a seller's uniform that he's wearing.
You guys are weird.
Look away, son.
Can I try on the helmet?
It's not my fault. Bygone Guard is not well funded.
Here's my helmet.
Oh. Puts the helmet on, it falls over.
You
So,
can get a helmet.
It's like half his size.
I related them the details in regards to the puppet, the fact that all the buildings went up at once during the initial fires. It was not sequential. And third, that the puppet, although itself does not appear to be magical, there's a very clear location where the fire was most prevalent. And additionally, that the burnt location smells of cinnamon, which is not a magical component for any sort of spell that I know of. So either the sackcloth that these items were made of came in contact with cinnamon, or the cinnamon was somehow involved after the puppet was made.
Could there be some sort of accelerant that smells faintly of cinnamon? Maybe the dolls were used as a starter and then there's an accelerant already in the building?
Potentially, but
It could do it.
You would have thought that if it was actual cinnamon that was used, you would have smelt it more potently.
Does Care still have the doll on him?
Yes, we would brought it all with us.
Yeah, I would have put it in my bag.
You cast a dinner already.
I guess it did for him.
Okay.
There was no magical.
Can I go up to Karen's, point to the doll?
What do you need, Coil?
Can I have it for a second?
Be very, very careful with it. Yes.
Not a bedtime toy.
I know.
I'm gonna carefully, like the multiple parts of it, put it in your paws.
So looking at the what exactly does this most bone part look like?
It is the back component of it that is.
So it's the
front.
back.
It is the
Yes.
back of the doll.
What I'm going to do is using my claws, sort of widen the gap a little bit, and I'm going to see if there's like anything inside of there outside of stuffing that might.
So, like I said, it takes a little bit of a gingerbread man-esque look, as it is very simple, very just dopey, large arms and legs. One of the arms is torn off, the other is burnt to crap. The button eyes are just like small little knots from the fire. The back is much more ash and cracked, and seems to be the part that took the worst of the burn. Peeling back, it just looks like a bit of stuffing. They
Even
look
after
firm at the edges, but
even after sifting through it a little bit, there's nothing.
marking, like looking through it, taking your finger and delicately moving stuff aside. It's not very large or wide. You can pretty much touch it as soon as you put your finger into it. You can touch the front end, and you can see like the pushing out of his finger. There's nothing in there.
Okay. I hold the doll back up to Kara.
Nothing.
Alright, I take it back.
The back is a little bit more torn open, but it's still staying steady.
So, the legs were pretty much untouched, right?
They're the only things that look the most solid out of the entire body.
Kind of like feeling at the legs. Is it like fluff or powder?
It's fluff like everything else. It
It's
seems
fluff?
to be some sort of stuffing or cotton.
Cotton as well is not super common.
It's not.
Even unlike the SAAKA cloth, the cotton might be actually worth looking for.
Well, all of this town supplies come from
Outside.
outside. So, how would that help?
If we find someone who has perhaps a gigantic bag of cotton in their house, that wouldn't look good for them, would it?
So we're just gonna walk it. What's outside? It's gone.
Cotton search.
Maybe it's someone who can get you or is taking from the trade.
I don't know whether cotton is a common plant around here. But that might
But
be
We
worth looking
can
into.
watch the
That isn't
trade
that-
people
Yeah, that's
that
not
go
that.
into the town.
Who deals with all the supplies when they first come into town? Who organizes and delegates it out? Or distributes, excuse me.
That's a good question, and one we do not have the answer to, I don't believe.
But that's
Jaren,
they don't do
Can I
their
s-
own
can I
planting there.
grab it
They're
and
looking
smell
into
it in my wolf
trees
form,
and cotton.
just in private, so not in front of the whole town.
I imagine that you
Well, you guys are standing a few feet away from the
Caravan.
cart, but it's not like you guys can just like inconspicuously run out of the town.
Can I ask to bar it and go around the corner where there's no one?
You guys, at this point, are near the caravan.
Can I go away from here, man? That's what I'm asking here.
You can, but everyone is
With the
standing
doll,
around.
with the doll.
You would have to take it from
Can I
death.
bar it? Can I just smell it? Sounds so weird. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm gonna turn into a
Shove
wolf.
it into your
I'm gonna
face.
turn into a wolf, smell it, then bring it back.
You want to turn into the wolf inside the city.
You do realize
Private
now-
spot is where I'm going.
That is not a smart idea.
I would suggest we do that later and at a more private time.
So,
you think the
I want to
doll
get on one of like, is there like a small hole to where I can get some of the fluff out?
The back has already been like peeled away, like
yeah,
from
but like on the
center.
legs.
On the legs,
Yeah.
You can just tear at the seam of where it was sewn into the body and just see if you can just pull it right off.
Yeah, then I'm gonna do that.
Okay. No strength check needed. It tears right off. A bit of the stuffing begins to fall right out.
And it's just like normal cotton stuffing.
Yeah.
Does it look burnt or is it still white? Is it?
It's not clean.
Yeah.
And this sackcloth doll doesn't exactly look as if it was retardant to anything. There's most definitely ash and sand that is covering it and is like covered through its inside.
I want to take a small bit of it and just rub it together on my fingers. Does it leave a residue?
It's leaving ash in your hand, yeah.
I want to smell that again.
Smells like ash.
Alright.
At this point, your nose is getting a little bit stuffy from how much you've inhaled.
So the fires are happening all at once. Does that change our plan at all? Seeing as
We might need to be a bit more spread out.
I think that we should save that for the bygone guard. Our task is the arsonist and catching them when they're placing the puppets.
Right.
The rest of the town is... As much as we'd like to protect all of it, we can only do so much. And the arsonist is our goal. If we capture them, maybe they can't set off the puppets. We don't know how that works yet.
do you think it is magical? Or do you
There is no other way I know of to light several locations on fire simultaneously, other than either very, very precisely timed explosives or magic. And nothing we know of indicates explosives.
And the doll had no magical sense to it?
Not as far as I can tell.
did the doll have any?
What if it's more than one person?
It's possible,
It's
but nothing we know of has indicated that yet. Even the Heinous Eight indicated a single arsonist.
That's more.
Not necessarily. The Heinous Eight refers to the arsonist as a single individual, which makes me think we're dealing with a single perpetrator.
It's just kind of seeing how well you were.
The Heinous Eight.
The Heinous Eight
I
is
don't-
not the arsonist.
I don't.
The Heinous Eight is working with the arsonist.
So what do you suggest
You
we
wake
do
up
now?
The same plan as before.
Same plan as
nothing.
before. We'll wait for the announcements
Cold water on the face.
and then just guard. We'll walk around, be spread out.
At
Dip
this
in
point,
and out.
as you guys are, as the caravan's still parked on the right side of the road, you're more hanging off to the left. There's a somewhat destroyed, burnt building, but you're standing on the patio and on the porch. Some of you leaning against the beam in the corner. Some of you look over and you see CAEDRIK holding his head, beginning to step out of one of the wagons.
I'll walk over to them.
Finally recovered, Dwarf.
I look up at the sky. It's kind of like bright out.
It is cloudy with sun poking through every once in a while. It is dark clouds, cold winds, but you do feel the sun every once in a while in different rays and spots.
I think so.
Does like a canteen, whatever.
Normally you'd have a water skin.
Okay, I'm just like downing water.
Okay.
I guess
It's
I'll
more
go-
alcohol.
Do I see what they're doing?
This group, yeah, you walked up to them and they're kind of hanging out in the corner of a burnt building. There's a front porch. The railing for it has been burnt and marked and smudged all over.
Okay.
Some of them are up on it, kind of leaning against the railing or against the one beam that still stands. Others are kind of down, right on the ground, looking up, talking to them. Some of them standing near the side of the wall,
Okay.
or hanging about, just listening more than talking.
Okay.
But they're all gathered together.
Okay. I'll just hop in the circle.
We, in as few words as possible, explain the previous
3 hours of day to
It's
save
been about
it.
3.5, 4 hours. You guys have been busy.
I take out
Can
my
I
umbrella
see the
and
back of
start
it?
initiating
Yeah.
a short rest.
I don't want to hold it. Just let me look at it.
Oh, this one doesn't have one of the things in it.
What?
Things.
What things?
The first one I saw, it had like a little rune in the back.
Huh?
It wasn't fully because it was burnt, but it had a rune in the back.
That would explain why the back is the most burnt part.
As
What
of
is
note,
that?
it was a sewn-in rune, almost threaded.
Okay.
This specific pinkish red thread. Smelled of cinnamon, Jaros told you.
Coil is
Excellent.
ecstatic that he was right about.
Do you
Do-
know what the rune looked like?
Do I remember any of it?
This is I will say yes.
Okay.
I won't make you make an intelligence check.
I mean, okay.
You remember this, but you have not said this to them. You've only said the
Yeah.
first part.
Did you just say that rune bit now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you my like small leather booklet you've seen me carrying around and writing
Okay.
in. Hand you the simple ink pen.
If you could write that down, please.
Now make an intelligence check.
Okay.
It's been a while since you have seen it, so trying to make any sketch and writing down what you remember of it. Considering Aneth and Jaros were the ones
I'm gonna
really
cast
handling
guidance on myself.
it. Okay.
Bardic Inspiration.
It's going to be seeing how well you relate.
Oh,
Can I give him Bardic Inspiration?
I mean, I guess you could, yeah.
Cool.
This is your third use of the day.
Yep,
What
I've
are you
kept
saying
track.
to him?
Remember those.
2 thumbs up this time.
Hey, thanks, kid.
Why does he get an extra?
Because you're dad. You don't count.
18.
You like a
18.
Wonder Wington alley with invisible man.
The thing that makes it difficult is any sketch he tries to do, it's not that he's doing a bad job, but the fact of the matter is it is incomplete. The one that he remembers seeing, the doll was torn in half, or burnt away into almost nothing. So what it is more of a top corner of what looks like a square. But that is pretty much it for this so-called rune. However, from anything he writes down or relays to you all, it doesn't seem out of line from what you've already discovered.
Aneth here?
She is.
So I show her the incomplete rune that Satyr had written down.
You saw the puppet as well, yes? Is this
Yes.
rune about right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Top corner of a square.
Good job.
Hey, thanks.
Now, going through my own memories as to the more runic aspects of magecraft, is there any incendiary-based runes that begin with that particular shape or component?
As runes that you have known or have heard of or have even studied before, go ahead and make an Arcana check.
I cast guidance on.
Do you slap him with
I'll
guidance?
tap him on the shoulder.
Okay.
Earn.
Slap
Do
him
I
with
have to,
the might
reach
of
really high?
Zeus.
I
I'm
mean-
like 6 foot even-ish. I'm not super tall.
You're about 4.5 feet.
Tap you on
so
the
you
shoulder.
can kind of tiptoe and get to his shoulder.
Yeah, I think the rules are reach height is 1.5 times your regular height.
How tall are you?
More like 5'8".
You're a really short half-orc.
Mm-hmm. She is wide, but not very tall.
Stocky. I thought you were really big.
No, I was probably actually taller,
Yeah.
and then like as I grew older, I shrunk. That's 26, boss.
You know this as a beginning rune or a possible beginning rune for a spell known as Delayed Blast Fireball.
Oh!
However, this does not seem to be any sort of spell itself, as it could be the material used within the creation of these dolls. You're not sure if this person themselves are capable of this spell, or if it is just of the making.
We are dealing with someone slightly above our pay grade here. This is if my memory serves, this rune is associated with a spell that is quite higher than that of my own.
How much higher?
Quite a lot higher.
So our chances of actually
No, Coil looks up the carry. He's like, raises his hand up. This high?
Like,
It's Cornell
pick him
Cedric
up.
picks him like
straight up.
by one arm.
I'm guessing about this high.
more like that high, yes.
Okay.
More like that building high, but you being held by DATH'TAN on top. This isn't good. Shit's fucked, yo.
Hey, yeah, don't say that around your kid.
So our chances of actually capturing this person is slim to none. How does a
Well-
child?
To be fair, they may not be the one casting the actual spell. They could be. There could be another person placing the spell, and they're just the delivery.
Yes, that is quite possible. And even if this person is a skilled caster, that doesn't mean it's impossible if we are careful and prepared and do not give them a chance to act.
So there is probably a person behind the child.
Quite possibly, or it's not a child. There are spells, especially at that level of spell casting, that allows you to disguise yourself and your true nature. However, this is good. It allows us to know what exactly we're dealing with. There is magic involved. And it is something we can use to search.
Would I have finished my short rest at any point given this conversation?
Nearing the end of it, yes. I would say as you guys break off, the short rest would have happened.
I'm going to arcane recovery that second level spell slot.
You want to try to be friends with it, Kel?
I'll be friends.
Try to people please your way into this situation.
Fire's not that big of a problem for me.
Or me. But if that is as strong as that Carrot is saying, it still might really hurt us.
I'm not saying we have to be friends with them. We just don't have to kill them, and we don't have to necessarily. Well, yeah, we don't have to kill them.
Plus, they want the arsonist in alive, so we can't kill them.
Exactly. Regardless of our own plans, what we are getting paid for is exactly that. A non-lethal capture.
How are we going to contain the arsonist? Let's say that we do find a way to whatever. How are we supposed to contain them with their capabilities?
All spells require certain components to them. They can either require items, they can require movements, and they can require verbal sounds. If we prevent them from moving, deprive them of the items, and not allow them to speak, all spell casting is rendered impossible. Also unconsciousness. I know that might be more your style.
I can do that.
I would ask that you not play golf with their skull. Thank you.
Pat Brock on the head.
Every few weeks, I hear something in my head, like a little ringing in the background.
Ghost Pats. Okay,
I believe our discussion is done until we know what place we're dealing with. after Enoch's announcement.
Are we close to, since it's been several hours?
Sure.
10.
No one out of the ordinary looking at you guys. Okay. So what are you all doing? It's beginning to reach midday.
Do we know when Enoch is making his announcements?
He did not tell you.
Okay. I would assume it would be associated with like a ringing of the church bell or something. Would that be a correct assumption? I don't know.
It's like 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to be told
I would hope so.
that there's an announcement. They're going to probably gather everyone in the town. I guess we're just waiting, right?
Do we
Until the
just want to
announcement?
wait until the announcement?
I
Yeah.
don't think we have anything else we can accomplish during this time.
Don't think so
Other
either.
than attempting to wander around the town looking for locate object for that rune,
I mean, do
which
you
is
wa-
not impossible. We
do-
could do that preemptively,
Do you
but
want
that
to
would be a
tell
cost of spell slots.
Estella what you found out about all the explosions happening at once to
That's a good point. I'm gonna
See if she's
I
shocked or
was
not.
also thinking about seeing a map of the town and seeing where it was burned and where a possibility in next areas
Like a bird's
could
eye
be.
view?
Yeah,
yeah.
the bird's eye view map.
bird's eye view map would be good. What would be more important if Hasela knew, other than Enoch, what other possible targets there are.
Exactly.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a document that has all the information that we've discovered already, including the nature of the puppets, the delayed blast
That's
fireball.
dangerous.
Well, I'm just going to hit it to Hasela and then
Was-
she can burn it or whatever.
Good question. Was the for him and you was the puppet that they found in the middle of the building?
It was pretty much right smack dab at the center.
Okay,
It was inside the rubble, basically.
that's important. Okay.
I guess you're right. That if that is dangerous, maybe we can just deliver it by word on loan, or deliver it by mental VPN.
Probably
alone.
mental.
She might not like that.
I don't think she would. I will ask her for permission first, and so she doesn't shoot me.
Okay.
You guys are adorable.
Okay, to Hasela's.
That's what your face said.
Are some of you breaking out to head to the
Yeah, it's
Black One group?
All
Should we all
I
go or
probably
only half?
stay back and start trying to work on the disguise.
smart.
If
I'll help
I can help you with that.
Don't worry, I'm proficient in this type thing.
You got
Take
it. Okay.
him.
Okay. I take Coil.
I'm the one with the disguise kit.
So who's heading to the Black One group? Who's
Yes,
staying?
but
I've also
DATH'TAN
got
is
his.
also good at it, so if you hand it to DATH'TAN,
Well,
return it to
DATH'TAN
you.
also has a disguise kit.
I also have my own.
I'm certain that more will be good. Let the boy feel useful.
We can have him
He
help
is.
us.
He takes arrows.
I
for
want him to
us.
come with me as well.
Then take him with you.
Do you
I'll go with you.
do you want him to go with you or feel
It's going to be
useful?
real weird when later on you're going to be dealing with a clone trying to kill the original because you wanted to have two clones at once, so you just keep making a clone.
There's 30 clones of you. It's like the people who clone their their pets. It's that way if one of them dies, they have an exact replica.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's so weird.
It's super weird and not good. It's super
Yeah.
unhealthy, I'm sure. Anyway,
Really artistic.
a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
So everyone other than you two staying here?
Hmm?
Oh,
I mean,
everyone other than you two going to the cellars.
I just need a disguise kit. I don't really need
Yeah.
anyone else to be here if he wants.
I can
to go
assist so I can help with that to make it feel look more like an actual guard.
Personable.
Believable.
Yeah, believable.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll totally go with
Because we're both proficient in it.
Brock, do you want to stay and make sure they don't get into trouble?
yes.
You.
I'll go with
Oh
you.
boy.
Us.
You don't
Yeah.
have to put
Oh,
us in
boy.
babysitting
Yep.
duty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be perfect. Someone's gonna bump into you and say, "Watch." He's gonna be like, "I'm sorry," and I'm gonna be like, "No, we're not." Yeah, let's go, boys.
Yeah, he's the problem child.
That's when
Yeah.
he's babysitting you guys.
Hey, look. Never mind. It really doesn't matter who goes where, as long as one person goes to Sella.
Well, probably you
Well,
because you
it's
know
you.
exactly.
Yeah,
what
you
you're
yep.
you know more.
I'll take the boat with me. I'll take the child with me. You can go wherever you see fit.
Her face is.
Don't give her that kind of power. She'll go murdering people.
Okay, you can go either with me or with makeup crew over here.
Actually, I don't want to be
Where
with
you
makeup crew
going?
anymore. I want to go with you.
Where are you going, Cedric? You
What?
going with makeup
Yo.
crew? Or are you gonna go with
How about the
them to
orcs just
Acela?
hang out and wander the streets?
I'm not hanging out with
Can I go back to sleep?
you. No.
You can take like a 5-minute nap.
No, he cannot. And I pull you up.
Thank you.
And I go back to sleep.
You head
Pull
back to west.
yourself
Just-
together.
So you are all splitting up, or at least 2 groups are.
It sounds like 2 groups.
I'll go with the makeup crew. Why not?
Okay.
I don't want to talk to the scary lady.
So, Coil, Care, Saka.
I don't have a choice in the matter, so.
I will stay with makeup crew.
Coil, Care, Barak begin heading off to Blackroom Brew.
Yeah, she does.
And that's where we're going to take a break.
Alright.
On the Menagerie Supreme.
Before we start recording.
Yeah, I'm with him.
Let's go for a jog or something.
And we're back.
Don't run.
Sadly, we lost Barak due to real-life things, but we're going to continue on.
He
So,
did go with
Rest
the
in peace,
caravan.
Obama.
yes, indeed. So, 3 of you, I believe. Oh, 2 of you.
Sella.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Saaka, I don't believe is going actually. Saaka is staying with makeup people. Okay, so
Acela doesn't like me very
Coil and
much.
Care.
Yeah.
You begin heading off to the south.
Okay.
I'm gonna deal with makeup people first.
Sounds good.
So, you are heading to the caravan, finding a hidden alleyway. What's the?
There was a cart that I was
Um,
sleeping in that no one was in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ask Lex if we can borrow a cart to.
Easy
find
enough to
these
find him.
guys.
He is a colorful figure, and he is still standing amongst his people. Come on, people! Continue wrapping it up. Why is it taking so long?
So approaching Lex. Hey, we have
Hello, Kelsey.
one quick question. Can we borrow a cart for just a bit? I need to change into disguise without too much notice.
Sure, I guess.
I just wanted to ask before just using it.
Perfectly fine.
Which one would be most available and less?
I'd say Druds.
Okay.
He's walking about trying to get the heavy stuff out of the way, and I don't think he'd mind very much if you're in the back of his wagon.
Okay.
I'll let him know for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
And I'll head over to that.
Is Sokka joining you with the makeup?
Sokka's here.
She's here. I'm pretty sure it might just be us 2 doing his makeup.
I don't know.
I'm a girl. I get makeup.
I like squint like
Blood and dope
No.
doesn't count.
You make do with what you got.
Country girls make do.
What the hell?
I'm so not sorry.
You should
What's
be
wrong with
apologize.
So, Druds is, I believe, the 3rd or 4th in the caravan line. Not hard to find. It's one that's empty. Bearskin rug. The large, multi-squared cabinets seem to be detailed with its own sorts of furs. A little bit nicer than what you'd expect from the one-eyed Goliath. But it's empty.
Before they walk
Space
in,
is yours.
Before they walk into the cart, I kind of tap him on the shoulder and I cast guidance on him.
Okay, last a minute.
Oh shoot!
Someone will be there for the full makeup.
My
Unless
bad.
you go makeup first.
Might want to
I can do it again.
Just
Yeah.
go up there. Go.
Let's just.
I don't want to do this.
You can watch. You learn for.
Oh, that's a good idea. Can I watch you get dressed? You see what I mean?
I meant the makeup.
Oh.
That's not gonna be till later.
Can't you just understand what I'm saying?
No, I really can't. Are you sure she speaks English?
Or what?
Common.
Common, whatever. My apologies.
What the fuck's in England?
Satyr punches Nate.
Maybe for some reason they no.
Okay, I guess we can wait out here until they're ready.
That's kind of what I assumed.
Well, excuse
You
me.
two go do your thing.
I guess I'll enter the caravan and start trying to change into the armor.
Do you go with him?
Get the armor on first. Call me in when you need help.
May
So are you
need
just
help
sitting
with
on
the
like
armor.
one side of the wagon?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go around to the other side. You're facing the alleyways and the buildings. As you are disrobing SAAKA and CAEDRIK, are you going to bed or are you sitting with SAAKA?
I'll chill.
Okay, so you two are kind of standing on the other side. You're standing in the road. DATH'TAN hooks around to the other end, and KELSION gets up in it. You begin getting clothes off to put another set of armor on. It's going to take you a while to get an entire thing of armor off of you to put a new one on you. DATH'TAN, while you're sitting there, make a perception check.
23.
23, very good. As you're sitting there, you notice that right next to the corner of a unburnt building, it looks to be storing trash and different just bits of cloth or broken pieces of wood or furniture. A small scroll falls into it.
I go pick it up.
As you pick it up, you unscroll it. Has a message. It's been 3 months. Report. Right back. Now. As you hold it, a quill comes to your hand. You've done this once before. You know that you have 20 words to write back.
Within 20 words, I do my best to
What are
describe.
you saying?
You gotta do it yourself.
Okay.
Boat has crashed. Swam the rest to island. At a town. Trying to find where they might be hiding.
You write it back, and without even touching it, the quill disappears, the piece of paper scrolls up, and it disappears from you. A few minutes pass. Right back.
Pick it back up, read it.
Vitruvius is asking to be on detail. Should I send him? Are you struggling?
Don't need help. Might have lead. We will keep searching. That's it.
Sends away. Within a few minutes. One more.
Once again, read it.
Trusting in you. Make more progress. Or we'll do some digging.
I read right back.
Okay. The empty space extending out on the scroll for you to write back.
I write back. Understood. We'll keep searching. Staying on guard. That's it. And then
At this point, you hear KELSION. You've finished getting clothes.
Okay. That's enough for clothing. Let's try to make this ugly mug look different.
I slowly walk backwards, keeping my eye on where it landed, like each time to see if it drops
Felt
back
like in
again.
creative trash.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Good. All right. Let's get started.
You kind of turn around and head back up into the wagon, and he is buck. No, I'm joking.
Throw a knife.
He is standing there. It looks surprisingly like he's the right height, but maybe 5-7 pounds lighter than what he should. It looks like there should be a bit more muscle on the form to fill in. However, it is he fits it pretty well. It's not like it's just super raggedy and loose on him. It fits, but just not very tightly.
Is that the best that you could do with the
I
armor?
can't inflate myself. I'm kind of got what I'm given.
Alright. Where's the makeup kit?
You have it.
That's right. Hey man.
Asking me where you keep your items.
Alright.
Do I see this?
You can move to angle to be in the
No,
back
no,
of the
no.
wagon and watch, but you are more or less hearing this as you're only a few feet out.
I look at SAAKA.
That's a thing, right?
Them?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
I don't know if we should go in there. and
Nope.
leave the boat- okay.
Nope.
You guys can hear this from the outside. You guys are only a few feet away from each other, the
I
two
mean-
duos.
He's wearing women's clothes.
I mean, hey, I'm not gonna judge, but
They're all
like,
dead. I don't care.
Alright, now is where we kill all of them, right?
I got 2 things of TNT.
I'm the same
I
here.
got 2 boomsticks.
I'm the same here.
Rip the caravan.
I mean, I should.
it would be pretty cute.
Karen Foyle talking at the Black Lung Brew. All of a sudden, fire explosions. They think the arsonist
The arsonist is
attacking.
here.
You just think, no, it's just 2 tieflings throwing dynamite.
Satyr crawling out of rubble, like lost a leg.
An entire city block is gone.
He's 2 fingers tall.
Okay, so you take out, your disguise kit is a bit more in shape. It doesn't look played with and or used for children's purposes.
It's nice and organized.
Yes, it is much more organized. Everything's unmarked. Everything looks a bit more official. More or less used for utility than anything else. This is just to help shaping you up or make you look a bit more drab. It's nothing that looks like it can do a complete, transformation. However, it can do its job in giving you some different features. A little bit of clay to maybe even add on or angle certain parts of the face. You have the components, but it depends on how well you can pull this off. So who's doing this? Or is this like a conceited effort here?
Do we want to just have me make the checks, you, or both?
I mean, we're both proficient in probably all the right areas.
For this, I'm going to ask for a sleight of hand and then a deception specifically with your proficiency bonus added on. If you already have your proficiency bonus, then
I should probably roll it then.
You should probably do deception. I can do it.
this is more or less it would be whoever is doing it, because
Okay.
it's the entire point of not only is your hands being tender and doing this with care so it can stay and look good, but it is also how well you are making it look. Just how, to the level of degree you can make this a believable, different looking person.
Perception check while they're doing this, just like while I'm walking outside.
Looking around, sure.
Yeah, 15.
I guess I'll make the checks.
Alright.
Looking about, I mean, no one seems to
It is my
stick out.
face after all.
It is your ugly mug.
So are you going to do this yourself, Kelsion?
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and first roll me a sleight of hand check plus your proficiency bonus.
Plus proficiency. 23.
It does not.
Plus 2.
It is not a short endeavor. You are attempting to, I'm assuming, make yourself look human, half elf. What is your angle?
I'm attempting to try to go for more for half elf because I'm not going to be able to really do much for the ears.
Sure.
So half elf would be the closest.
Okay. Working over your face, it's not a slow process. First, clay to help angle your chin just a little bit more. Touch up on the nose to actually make it look and conform a little bit smaller using tricks of makeup and different contours to help shape it so it is not as just a tiny bit smaller than it is, making it look sharper and elegant. Changing the color of your face is a difficult task. As you are a purple tiefling, it is not simple. Really not simple in general, but due to your color specifically, most of the makeups aren't really working with you at the moment. This is where I'm going to ask you to work deception, as you are doing things well, but this is more or less how well you are painting yourself. Deception with your proficiency bonus.
He's not my best roll. That is going to be 17.
Working a mix of colors and makeups, you do begin to soften and shape the color. For a half elf, you're a bit tan, but you do end up making a passable face. However, there is still no answer for your horns. You have a tanned, humanistic face, much more angled and sharp. Your eye color is the same, but your nose is made a little bit smaller. You still have the same rusty hair, and your horns are still there, but you have a good, contoured, different face. It is a little bit interesting to see just now a sharp-chinned half-elf sitting there with horns and the same eyes and hair as your friend, but
Let's see. What can we do about those horns?
Grab a file.
I will kill you. The closest thing I could think of is taking a hood and going halfway on it, so it covers most of it. It'd be the easiest option. Let's get other ideas in here. Satyr. I'm just trying to yell it to Satyr.
as you sat there, it's probably been like 45, near close to an hour that you've been sitting there with SAAKA until your name is called.
What?
We're on the last part. What would you recommend to disguise any sort of horns? I'm trying to get
Helmet?
Didn't
Sella did not have an extra helmet.
Let's take one from one of the other guard then.
I'm not going to lift a helmet off of a guard while wearing a guard uniform.
So you lost yours.
How long would it take me to get to the Black Lung Brewery?
From where you are, it's just 2 streets down. Maybe a few minutes.
Less, I need a minute or less.
You got any ideas? I mean,
we could kind of
Not a
pierce our
traditional man,
headband
are
through
you?
your horns and
You got an
just
axe?
wrap it around like that. It just looks like a additional feature that you wear
Yeah, so
instead of a
it,
helmet.
hammer and chisel.
Yeah. you could wrap cloth around them
Yeah.
to make it kind of like
Just like a weird
How big are the
headpiece.
yeah.
His horns streamline his head.
Oh, sheesh.
They are not small.
Yeah, no.
Just put a hood on.
That's what I'm probably going to end up going with.
Just put a hood on. That's what I do.
Just wrap
Yeah.
cloth around it.
So I'll try to find any sort of hood that I can go like, halfway so it covers most of the horn, like most if not all the horns, while still keeping my face.
Looking
See.
about, it does look like out of this caravan that within Rala and Kramer's cart there is a few hoods, and then thinking about it yourself, Maedra did have clothing within her wagon. It could be worth looking through that.
Death. Can you go back to Madra's card? See if she's got any sort of hoods in there that would still keep match with the rest of the outfit.
So, dark black?
I believe so.
Darker or black? Yeah. I'll go look.
That's the right colors, right? The darker black for the uniform. trying to remember
Yours
the colors.
specifically that you are wearing. Yes. The normal soldier that you see wears brown with red different detailings. Sometimes bits of chainmail or some form of metal. This one is more or less following the same, but a bit more fancy. Red cloth kind of hanging over the shoulder with black and a much more cleaner, almost silver armor and chainmail that goes with it.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Darker
I'm gonna
red.
jump off, go to
Sure thing.
the other carts and look for
Looking at Rawlers and Kramers, they have a few heavier, almost like snow coats, things of the like. It is empty, however. You do look and see that Rawla is actually in Madra's cart as she is pulling different clothes from it, from each one, and handing it off to Kramer, who then hands it to a work hand, who brings it back to her own cart and begins placing it up there. It looks like they may be attempting to take things out to perhaps leave it and or make it a lighter load.
knock on the cart.
You see Rala. Yes?
I'm looking for a hood.
She looks to Kramer. The work hand just kind of steps away with the handful he has.
Thin, black, that's all I need.
Yes, I know. She pulls one. It's quite longer. Almost looks like it could be see-through, but it isn't. Handing it to you, it's very thin cloth. It stretches. It's interesting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You will get this back.
I'm sure I will.
Walk back.
You walk back. He shows up with a long hood with a small chain that can go across to hook it together. Feeling it, it almost feels stretchy at certain parts, almost like the corners in it can stretch in its own right. Feels a little web-like.
Of course it's web.
Well, if there's any excess, we could just tuck it into the armor too. Kind of give more bulk.
I could probably just keep it behind me, cover up my tail.
That could also work.
Did
Probably
not
do
think of
that. So yeah, I'll drape it over. Make sure the 90% of my
face is
face
shown.
is still showing,
Okay.
so I don't look like I'm trying to hide in the shadows.
It's not like you have a mask either,
Yeah.
so it is your face with different add-ons and
Yeah.
clay to it. So it doesn't look like a hideous freak. You look passable. However, you realize that looking at him, like if you were to take a good few seconds studying, you can tell. Not just because you're his friend, but it is seeable. Like taking a few seconds to stare, you can see the purple underneath the tanner skin.
Well, I mean, it's... If no one keeps looking at you, you'll pass. But just don't try to get
It'll
the
keep
other
moving.
people. Yeah.
Change the purple to like match the color of the hood.
Can't do any more color changes at this point
You're on black paint.
This is the best that we can do.
for now.
You just tell Kelsey on the black face.
On the horn.
Okay.
Yikes. I'm kidding.
Well, while we're there, keep moving. Don't talk to anyone for too long.
ODM was cancelled?
You were just saying blackface to black paint to mask the hood.
To match the hood.
Yeah,
On the horns.
gotcha.
Yes, just in the horns.
Yeah, I know what he's meaning.
Understood.
I hope so.
I know what you mean, but I could just as easily not know what you mean.
Okay.
So you have prepared for the day.
Yeah, as
Okay.
much as I can.
Care
Yes.
and COIL. You eat the blackbone brew very quickly. Once again, the new guard, you don't see his face through the visor and leather helmet. It's almost like it's as if they're changing shifts, you feel. Although these guys, they said, are not getting much breaks, they are at least getting some form of rest before they are headed back out. You see that another one is rocking. Seems a bit thinner, a bit younger. You figure this could be the one that you first approached.
Is this Trenton?
You figure it could be, yeah.
Okay.
Once again, it's not like you can see much of the face or nose. It's literally just the chin and mouth of these troops who have the helmets on. Same angled chin, younger face from the look of it. Yeah?
Hello. Trenton, if I recall correctly, yes?
Yeah.
I have a message for Hasala in regards to the arsonist's means.
Okay.
If she's available, or I can leave a note.
I think she is at the moment. He stands up and walks inside. And before he even gets through the door, Hasela pushes him out of the way. What?
Hey guys, the pieces here. Does
Oh.
anybody have a tip?
I
Any moolah for the drink?
Okay. Welcome back. Getting back into it. So, as Hasela steps back out, for some reason music is not playing. Interesting. Speak amongst yourselves.
No. I
Never
won't.
mind.
We're waiting
Just
for
want to
the
wait about
cells to speak.
prostates.
Yeah. Okay, really? Can
You
you like
shut
me
that
not?
Wow.
down, though.
Yikers.
Didn't know analingus was in your purview.
What'd you just say?
Oh, we've been drunk.
Be around Jared's
Continuing.
interest.
Hasela pushes past Trenton, stepping out. I heard you. What is it you want? We are busy, you know.
Yes, I know, and I apologize for us making multiple trips here.
Yes, you do
Yes.
realize that we also have things to attend to. That is
Yes.
not you.
We have some important details in regards to this evening's attempts, as well as what happened last time.
Feel free to share them.
Do you want to do it voice, or do you want me to safe link through the mind?
You do anything that does anything to my mind, I will have you against a wall in a firing squad. Do I make myself clear to you?
Crystal clear, yes.
He's just trying to
So-
Endearing.
The sackcloth puppets that have been rumored around the town.
Yes, we have one in our possession.
Yes. So, on the one that you possess, there is at least partially a rune on the back.
As much as we can gather.
So, I have found the nature of this rune. It is a delayed blast fireball. And, according to witness reports, the other explosions happened simultaneously, if I understand correctly.
As we gathered when we interviewed the civilians ourselves.
Yes. So, it is clear that this person, this arsonist, is using 7th level magic to do this. I don't know if that perhaps has the desired effect upon you, but it should have a substantial effect.
An item we have in our possession, the doll included, it is through the thread itself that is magic, as we discovered. It itself is the thing that casts. We don't believe our arsonist has such abilities. If her aim was to take out specific people, why on earth would she try and do it this way if she had these capabilities of such powerful spells? You could simply walk through town and do as you wish. Not many of us could stop that. But this person is not, which makes me think that whatever it was a supply given to her. Which means that at some point, her dolls are going to have to run out, or she's going to have to keep going back to her supplier. But now that we've cut her off and she can't leave, she only has a limited amount, is our theory. As far as we have seen and what we've collected a few centimeters of the same thread, any remains from these buildings. So we believe that this is what the avenue this arsonist is taking. And considering that when we chased it, or her, that it didn't teleport and or use spells, but just lost us on foot, I don't believe we're dealing with a spellcaster.
Understood.
So really what you came to tell me was just the name of a spell.
Perhaps I did not know that you were so up to date in this matter, but this did prove illuminating for myself and our party at least.
Sure, but you're running your own investigation and I'm running mine.
Yes. In regards to...
Keep in mind that you are the help.
Yes. We were hired to perform a
I
task.
also think that
We are trying to be as useful as we can.
And I appreciate it. You have been helpful. But if I'm being honest, you've been a bit more helpful as a fist than you have a scalpel or a fine dagger.
That's fair, given the menagerie, but...
You're painting quite the name for yourself already amongst the town. Most people like you. And they're already telling quite the colorful stories of what happened in the mines.
And I'm sure none of it true. Potentially.
Okay. So that it's the actual thread itself that is such, and it is presumed that the caster itself is not the one making this, or rather is not the one crafting it.
As far as what has been shared.
in
Perhaps that
regards-
she is the one crafting, but is simply not the one with the spell.
In regards to my own knowledge of imbuing items with magic, would it take a 7th level capable spellcaster to create this thread, or is that perhaps a different skill set from actually casting these spells?
Make a history or arcana check.
Alright. That's nonsense.
Oh, well, there you go.
Delightful. 13.
I would say that you at least have read and know that for the most part, yes. The spell that is being cast, the person at least has to have the knowledge and the ability to cast it themselves. So if these people are right, the supplier at least has access to that level. If the Bygone Guard are correct in that this arsonist is simply making dolls with a thread and using it, the person who's supplying with the thread is a spellcaster and a powerful one at that. However, from the recanted story and things told, it seems that Hessel and her men don't believe that this arsonist is the spellcaster herself.
A spellcaster of that particular level would have access to teleportation magic to go bring items inside the walls if necessary.
We've already thought of that.
Do we have, or do you have any ability to detect or prevent such movement?
I have an item on me that allows me to cast Scrawl up to twice a day. It is rough, but day by day I'm able to get in contact with some of my friends and any higher-ups that I can report to. I've been trying to keep them informed, and I have informed them of you and what you've told me about the Monger. So that is part of my day that I had to spend a few days back.
I see.
However, I'm a bit suspicious that if a person has this such level of spell that looks about, you see that she grimaces, looks to you, raising your hand, Coil. Yes?
if they can cast spells as powerful as that, what if the person planting them also has a disguise?
That is a thought we're having. For a small child to be doing this is unlikely. We believe that it could just be someone disguised as a small kid. But it is of yet to be proven. All we have is the outline of a figure that we chased. She looks back to you. She angles her jaw away from herself, just kind of gives a heavy sigh. Do the thing.
I initiate message. Yes.
For someone to have this level of spell casting and to be moving as fluidly as he has been or operating, this is not some freelancer. Bygone Guard has already had their suspicions about someone within Magna Carta or any of their affiliates from Mythalis. My higher-ups have told me just to keep this at its base level and just to make it known to the people that this is a base-level psychopath, that this doesn't go up any tree. But my superiors are already beginning a silent investigation. Of course, you are not to speak any of this out loud or to your friends. I'm telling you so you can stop yelling it to the masses or speaking it out loud.
Of course, understood.
So stop coming back here, she says out loud.
Understood. I hope to see you once this is complete and solved, then.
I would like to see you with my armor back.
At the same time, yes.
She's still holding her gun in one hand and just in a tunic and trousers at this point.
Well, thank you for your time and
Yeah.
information. Quill, let us depart.
Okay. We head back to the caravan then, I suppose.
Okay.
Okay, so in regards to, I didn't hear the actual names within the moment of the places this might link to. What were they again?
Sorry?
So Hasela theorized, or Hasela's superiors theorized that this seventh level master might be linked to.
She said more places than
Oh.
anything else. She spoke of Mythalis, which is the capital major city in Magna Carta. Where you've at least heard from passing talk that one of the three heads of the Turnian Unity lives. You do not know his name off the top of your head.
Gotcha.
But you have heard in passing this is possibly the place that you are interested in going to, as it is linked to Exelon's castle, and this is where some of your notes from your prior teacher is from, where he was trained.
Gotcha. Alright. In that case, returning to the caravan, and I don't think. Is there anything else we need to accomplish this day until Enact's announcement?
It's a little past midday at this point.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else we need to get done before the announcement?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Are you just wearing the disguise? Like, what is...
At this point, actually, as you are near the main center of town, you begin to hear, excuse me, everyone. I have an announcement to make. You hear the callings of the familiar voice of Enoch from the center road. Several people begin turning and walking. You guys are a few roads down, so it's hard to hear from the caravan. But specifically Care and Coil, who are simply a road down from the center of town, can hear this. Several people from their small groupings begin to flood into the main street. Are you joining them?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Two of you begin to walk the crowds begin to funnel and turn.
If I don't
And
need
you
to
see
watch.
one or two begin to walk out and goes, you see a random villager walk into the road and go, there's apparently something that's going on, center of town, main road.
Yep. Well, if we don't need to watch the caravan anymore.
You see Lux is, they are pretty much fully packed up, and Lux is getting on his wagon and turns to them. Get ready to go in the next few minutes. Looking out, you see Barack is kind of stopped and is looking back and forth as you guys head off.
I'm gonna wait for the initial rush to go by and then leave the wagon.
Okay. It takes a few minutes, but everyone seems to funnel out. The work hands are still there. Everyone simply of the caravan is staying there, seemingly not wanting to draw any attention away from the announcement, but they're waiting. You step out yourself and begin walking. Some eyes just look to you and look away. Some kind of do a double take. You are convincing some, not others. At this point, Kier and Coil, who are first there, you see that first you see the heavy-set, weathered-faced man, strong jaw and small strands of hair with bits of silver and gray. Enoch is calling for attention of all people, or at least those who are willing to gather, as the whole town isn't coming to this, but is gathering people in earshot and asking people to go retrieve others who are willing to come. He is standing in front of a small square home, just right smack dab in the middle of town, on the main road. Thin covered porch that he now stands on. It looks barely held together due to the past storm soaking it through. But it stays. Some of the beams look rickety and turned, but he still holds a hand against it and gripping it strong. A little bit white-knuckled as you're close to it. You can tell he's a bit nervous. You see that there is a small window, one of the 4 panes is smashed out. That's just left to a small door, no handle of any kind, a simple push open. As he begins still calling, everyone, announcement please, if you please.
While this is going on, can I whisper to Kale, ask him to put me on his shoulders so I can see anything that's going on? More than not at all.
I put the backpack down and help you get inside of it so I can do that more easily than trying to have you on my shoulders.
You make space for him and he hops in. You sling him over. He's getting heavier.
He goes up to a little ball.
Chunky boy.
Chunky boy.
It's all the rats.
Delicious. Wait, kindness, no.
Bite. Enoch looks about nervously before he takes a deep breath. I, along with the support of workers and others in this town, are going to be reopening the mines. I will be making the house behind me my new office. A place where anyone can come and ask for my help. It will be my new home. For the foreseeable future, this place is now open, starting right now. I'm here to answer questions and listen to problems. We'll be closing at night, but I'll be right here asleep if anyone wants to come and knock on my door. He looks about, watching people's reaction. Some just turn to each other. Some murmurs, reach out, whispers. He clears his throat. That's it.
Can I roll perception? Am I there?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this
Can I
point,
roll?
you're kind of in the back end, as you guys
Okay.
are some of the last to reach it from the west side, and others from the east are kind of just huddled around the building from behind to try and hear.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You're in the back end. They're standing in the dirt and somewhat drying, muddy roads. There's a small patch of grass near you, but it's like beaten down from the foot traffic.
22.
Looking around, is there anything specific you were attempting to look at?
As soon as he said that, is there anyone that looked super... How dare. Looked super, like, abnormal, out of the ordinary, like, hearing those words? Like, anyone...
Reacted negatively.
Yes.
You see a few people look a little bit frustrated and or confused.
Okay.
Genuinely, not like there's any sort of faking or drama being added to it. Some of them do look a bit angered or frustrated at this news. A few others kind of look confused and look amongst each other, and you begin hearing like, why don't they reopen their minds?
Okay.
Besides that, nothing that seems too out of place.
Okay.
There is just a mismatch of different reactions going on. Some are pleasantly surprised, others seem genuinely happy that there is someone attempting to help more and more people, while others look a little bit more annoyed or put off by the news, not sure how
Can
to
I
feel.
see the entrance to his new office?
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
you
I-
walk up the steps to the front porch with this small fence that surrounds it. It is rickety, turned, broken at some places. The storm did a number to it, but the door is literally just a incomplete push open.
I just
door.
wanted to watch while he's talking and see if anyone goes in.
He's standing on the porch, so they'd have to walk past
okay,
him.
I get
He
it, I get
turns around at this point and walks inside.
Okay.
And you see that he looks out the window, gives a little bit of a rough smile as a tooth or two is chipped, and he smiles and waves from inside.
Okay.
People kind of just stand there, not really knowing what to do. You could tell Enoch is not a great conversationalist, but he
Mhm.
tried to do his best. Yeah.
Okay.
And they kind of sit amongst each other, murmurs and whispers. Then he opens the door. Anyone want to come in? One or two people kind of step up and walk inside. A line begins to slowly form. Some people just simply disperse, hearing the news. Others just kind of stand there and begin speaking amongst each other.
Do I know the description of the people, like its smaller height? Like the height that we're looking at for the person?
You're looking for a small female, maybe 10, 11
They
years
even
old.
fit that description in the line?
There's a few kids. Some of them are female.
Okay.
But it would be take your pick.
Good.
Because it's not like, children are super, super rare here.
I know.
You do recognize one that was at the party that Care was speaking to. Short cut, auburn hair, soft features of the face, rosy cheeks, green eyes, a true smile. And she kind of walks with a hobble as tough as it is using like the knuckles of her cleft foot to help her stand upright and walk as she walks with a very large limp.
Is she walking in line?
She's not in line. She's
Okay.
just amongst the crowds talking
Okay.
and listening. A few other kids are with her that she seems to talk to
Kinda-
or laugh with.
I kind of look at Care and I kind of like gesture my eyes over. Just to like
Amongst the crowds, Care, you begin to feel like eyes are on you, and you look around until you match Cedric's eyes, and he begins gesturing in a direction. You follow them over to Allie with a few other kids.
I don't do anything else.
I'm gonna nod to him to show you that I see what you noticed as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then just give a faint shrug because there's not much we can do at this current point in time.
I'm good. That was all I
Alright.
wanted to know. So I'll probably just head back and probably walk over to
You
Care.
do see a work hand that was listening in kind of turns around and begins walking back. Within a few minutes, those of you with sharper hearing and even those without, you begin to hear the moving of hooves and the rolling of wheels.
I'm gonna miss those guys.
Lux is good people.
It's a little rare finding those nowadays.
You do see that as some of you are still standing amongst the center road, the familiar wagons are beginning to pull into the main road and heading out of town. Beforehand, however, they reach the doorless gate. They stop. Several minutes later, you see the golden skin of Lux slowly get off the front, go into the back of his wagon. The beautiful red paint with gold, filigree, orange and green, mix of leaves and almost like a wafting, colorful fire. He emerges, walking towards you all. As he gets closer, a tired but honest smile comes across his face once again, some that are a smile familiar to most of you. He's holding a small bag within his hand. As he walks up, he gets within your guys' range of calling out and begins to get closer. I know that for a little while that you all have just begun your journey of discovering each other out as well as where you are. He finally gets amongst your group. But even in the few weeks of travel of silence amongst one another, or even in the conversations that were had, you are all people that I've become interested in and wanting to care for. And although I do hate to part ways, it doesn't have to be on sad notes or a forever goodbye. I brought a few gifts for you all. Consider this my investment in you. May they assist you in times to come. He extends out a small satchel.
Who's closest to him?
I'll walk
Anyone
up and
can
take
come
it.
and get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go up and
Nathan
take it.
comes and grabs it. It's just it's almost like a bag, but it's more like a small satchel, as there is a small place you can sling it over your arm.
Is there anything inside?
Open it. Yeah, there's items inside. You see two. The first, that is the larger bit, is a small fragment of translucent, multicolored glass. It looks like it's been broken off of a window or something. It's a shard. But the edges are dull. It does not seem to cut you as you touch it or look at it.
And the other item?
The second, it looks like a coin of sorts, being made of a deep violet metal. The side that you would think would be heads has flecks of gleaming gold within it, and the tails, flecks of ruby. It seems almost ingrained on either side.
What are these?
Yes, of course. He picks up the piece of glass out of the satchel. This is known as Eye of Words. It's normally from a speaking glass. Through speaking glasses, you're able to not only understand, but speak and write almost any language you want, but this is simply a fragment of it. If you peer through it with whatever eye you wish, you're able to understand or read Elf and Dwarf. For anyone that doesn't understand it,
All right.
could be useful. It makes it comprehensible to you. This, as he picks it up, making it my own, catches it, houses coin. What it does is that if there is a target running after you, or you have suffered an attack from someone, you can flip this coin as part of what you can do. I'll speak DM terms. So after being targeted by a humanoid creature, someone that is running after you, or after you have suffered an attack, hit or miss, doesn't matter, the holder may use a bonus action on their turn to flip a coin, focusing on a target within 60 feet. On heads, the user of the coin may choose an ally within 60 feet for the target to attack. On tails, nothing happens.
Huh. Well,
So for instance, if Care was attacked, or if someone was specifically running at him to target him, he could flip a coin if they're within 60 feet. On heads, he could be like, attack SAAKA, and the person would have to turn around and immediately attack SAAKA. But if it failed, nothing happens, and the dude would just continue their assault.
Sort of like Sanctuary, sort of like that.
Not quite, as there is no wisdom save involved. It is...
Same effects.
and how you activate it is by flipping a coin.
Maybe give it to
The
him.
Wizard or the Bard. One of those two.
Yep. One of those two.
But I'm not there.
He has more help than he does.
It's true.
Much HP
I'm
you
gonna
Probably
give
this one.
the coin to you.
I appreciate that.
Oh, we're already dispersing.
He hasn't even left yet.
Yeah, you guys are like...
It's mine!
Thank you for this.
I'm sure you will do more work for me in the future.
Hoping to see you again in less trying times.
I'm sure that will be the case.
We'll run into each other eventually.
I can't wait.
I take out the shot glass. Do you want the bag back? Or-
Sure.
There you go. I'm like we need it.
Yeah, 4 months down the road, do you have the small satchel?
What's the key to the puzzle?
Yeah.
And then I put the shard glass in like a side pocket of my backpack.
Okay.
That might come useful at some point. I don't think any of us in particular needs to have it.
That's why I just put this in my bag.
Just don't sit on it, please.
That's why it's in a higher.
Sits down.
10d10.
Instant.
Yikes.
Goodbye, friends. Until next time. He gives one last warm smile to you before turning and walking away, back towards the caravan. As he begins to walk back, someone is walking towards you guys. He kind of gives room, and you see Rala beginning to walk forward, backpack on her arm, walking, not even looking at anyone else but Death.
Aww.
Need a friend. Okay.
She walks up to you, drops the backpack at your feet. That will give you information of what you seek and who you seek.
Thank you.
Take your time. You may not understand it at first.
I
Do me
know
the
that-
favor of don't open that like a savage, just like you did with him.
I won't. I'll wait until we're more positive.
Good hunting.
You as well. Or
My hunt's over.
it is.
By the way, you will be hearing from me again if someone comes after me or Kramer. Are we understood?
Yes.
She begins to turn before she stops and looks back. Keep in mind what I said.
Will do.
These people are dangerous. Leave them as soon as you can.
I'm not again.
Do they know? Not them. They. About your other?
Can I gesture to the group?
No.
No.
I had to run because of Kramer.
No. They do not know.
I hope it stays that way.
Me too.
Turns and simply walks away.
Pick up the backpack and sling it over one shoulder.
Okay. It's heavier than you expected. From what the looks of it, it seems to be several notebooks as well as items sticking out of it. Not complete. It's almost as if she was doing her own investigation.
I have many questions.
What was that?
Don't worry about it.
Die.
I will murder you.
Try it.
Oh, I gotta. I'll put 5 gold on him.
Put gold on her. She's already killed a party member.
Yeah. She has technically killed someone.
But
He
you're
doesn't know
crazy.
that.
I mean that in the nicest way possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
He doesn't
Okay.
know that.
So, what are you all doing?
We need to.
The bait has been laid. Hisela has been told. Enoch, you believe, knows what he's doing and has set himself up within his office.
You need to go.
I'm going to be sort of loitering around the house.
Loitering?
Wow.
That's
No, he's a guard.
Fine.
You're illegal.
That's true.
Just be around the house.
Okay.
Like,
So
not
are you
necessarily.
stationing yourself or just walking around?
Moving stations, that's it.
I tried.
Thinking back, were most of the other guards usually patrolling or were they stationed?
They
If
well,
they were
they
not
are
at the
stationed with on the doors of the town and at the brew. There are none stationed at Enix. So you figure that you could patrol the road because there are just with some one or two that just patrol the roads, or you could station yourself there. The villagers don't seem to understand their method, so you could just be a plant in their mind.
I'll patrol the roads around the area.
Okay. Just the center road, or are you going to split out and kind of loop back?
Split out, loop
Because
back.
the main road has several just different like alleyway offshoots, and then main road offshoots that takes you.
I'll split
further
out
and further.
and loop back.
Sure. Okay. Beginning to walk out. You loop a little bit off to the left, heading east. Come to that larger road from the alleyway. Walk around and make sure to cut back pretty quickly so you're still within a closer proximity to the house, so you're not leaving it for too long. Coming back. Go ahead and make a perception check. What are the rest of you doing? Is this just going to be on KELSION to look about, or are you guys taking certain positions?
I want to check the alleyways.
Make perception checks. I would say investigation, but you are just more or less scanning. You're not taking time to dig into each alleyway.
21.
Are you joining in on that, SAAKA?
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay, SAAKA?
No.
Go ahead and roll perception check. 11. Okay. So 5, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two of you are not being too inconspicuous, but you are poking your head or walking through, moving stuff aside, seeing someone's trying to bury himself. Nothing so far. If this person is planning on doing it right this second, they don't seem to be here.
I don't think we should be in sight for too long.
Well,
Oh shoot, where are we gonna sleep now?
wherever we can.
Set up camp somewhere near the edge of town.
COIL, Garrett, Satyr.
What?
What are we doing?
Are you setting up? Are you? What
I mean-
what are you doing at this point?
What do you want to do?
Your acquaintances seem to be readying themselves for something.
I'm just vibing in his backpack.
For real.
You do notice that as you are patrolling, the guards seem to be giving you a berth. They are just allowing you to have that area specifically. So the center of town is the menageries.
I like walk up to. Can I? How like high is he now?
It's taller than.
Stoned out of his mind.
No, that's not what I meant. Like
Nice.
elevated.
So roughly about the same height as Care. Maybe just a few inches below. You can kind of see the cat ears and eyes.
Okay.
His head pokes out and it's just like ruffled fur.
Okay. I was just seeing where you were.
What are you two doing specifically? Because Coil's kind of with you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not much we can do while there are still citizens inside Enak's house. I guess I will have kindness be my eyes and ears.
Are there still a line of citizens to Enoch's house?
You guys have talked and have given it some time. There is. It's not like there was a gigantic line to begin with. For the most part, it was just a few people that seem to have concerns. And at this point, there's maybe one or two, but they seem to be already inside the house, speaking with him. And from like what you can peer in, there's a welcome rug that rolls in, and just off to the side you can see as the door to the right opens is that there's a desk with a chair, and Enoch is in it with quill and paper, simply writing and listening to what they have to say and talking to them and continuously taking notes on what they have to say. What are you doing?
Give me just a second to look at the description of Find Familiar.
I was doing that. I pull out that I pull out that 3/4 of a Amarok tooth I have, and I kind of gesture up to Quill. I'm like, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" I hand you a tooth.
There is a large, what turns out to be almost like 9-inch tooth, about 5 inches wide. It is quite large. It looks broken and chipped, so not even of the full length or size. But
It's a tooth.
Did you find it though?
I killed it.
Oh.
And he just chuckles.
I am going to.
I'm gonna pass by your house for just a moment.
Thumbs
I'll
up.
return to you.
I'm gonna pass. As if walking, just taking the normal road. I'm gonna take a long way around, but passing by the house within 25 feet or so. While kindness is dispelled, I can snap her back into existence within 30 feet of me.
Yeah.
I do not require line of sight upon that 30-foot location. I'm going to try and put her in the rafters or the attic of Enak's house.
okay. A little bit difficult to do from the outside. You probably have to have kindness or yourself get inside the house to place them up into the rafters.
As long as it's unoccupied, it just needs to be within 30 feet, and I don't require line of sight.
Okay.
So the idea is like
You're just
it'll just shunt her wherever is necessary.
make an intelligence check for me. This may not require line of sight, but this could possibly go badly of teleportation.
She's so beautiful.
I foresaw this moment, and I am
Give
going
yourself a natural
to invoke the wall for a 24.
Okay. Walking past, you call the small rat to your hand, the small gray fur just like sniffing the air, and before it has time to like even get aware of its surroundings, it's in your mind you hear
Be still, kindness. You are currently in Enak's attic. I am going to rely upon you as my eyes and ears.
And then I'm gonna keep walking with Puma back, taking like a long path around the house within 100 feet while having a conversation with her, describing with her what the current situation is, why she's there, and before returning back to CAEDRIK.
CAEDRIK's kind of, he's just standing in the front at this point.
I'm just
watching
chilling.
the house.
We're good? All right.
So what are the three of you doing? There is an understanding that kindness has, and
Yep.
she is just going to stay there and look down.
I'm gonna give her specific things to notify me for if there's any indication of hostile action from if someone's just gonna try and stab the guy. I want her to tell me
Yeah.
that, if she sees
Mother of God, he has a knife movement.
yes, yeah. If I see that, that's a problem. It needs to tell me. If she sees puppets, or if she sees anyone matching the description of the human female child within the building.
Sure.
From wherever within the rafters she is listening in.
So far, nothing. The building is maybe big enough for a few people at a time, and it seems to be like one or two at a time just waiting in line.
Okay.
And at this point, they seem to funnel out themselves, and it's just Enoch.
Okay.
You do see that within this building itself, behind Enoch, is a bookshelf. This is a very plain thing. Make an investigation check for me. This is just to kind of see if you pick up on these details as you're taking a closer look every once in a while, warging into your rat.
My investigation or rat perception or investigation?
I believe you take the rat's perception when you're looking through it, correct? Or is it yours?
I don't know how you wanted to handle that. If it's a intelligence-based ability.
Okay.
Because if
I'll just say roll and add your intelligence for this. This is a very base thing.
Sure.
This is just going to be kind of the communication you have in between your rat and you.
Okay. That's a nice. So just intelligence, it's going to be a 10. If it's investigation, it's going to be a 12.
Okay. It's not super hard to notice. It appears that the bookshelf behind the books are like they have covers, no titles. Looking about the paper he's writing writing notes, but fruitless notes. Just like what the person looks like that has come in. While kind of keeping it faced away from them as he writes.
Interesting.
You can tell that this place seems a little bit looking fresher than it is. The front rug itself, it's real, but it doesn't look in the best shape. Taking a closer look, it looks very beaten up, dirty. And to where he is sitting, what would be the left corner, even though it would be kind of on the right of the perception of your rat looking about, there is a hatch leading downwards.
Okay, perfect. That's understood.
This place is simple. It is small, contained.
Message to Enoch.
I might suggest covering the hatch with a rug when you get the chance.
Hello?
You are under our protection. Don't mind me. Keep writing.
We spoke once before, right?
Yes, this is Care.
Oh. I figured that unless they were really a threat to me, that if I was warned, I would just run to the hatch when they came in. I wouldn't be here.
If the perpetrator sees the hatch, they might know there's a basement and do something to take account for that, but do as you see fit.
I'm not going to do something spastic right this second. Don't want to draw suspicion. Thank you, though.
Yes.
I'm gonna relay this information to CAEDRIK. Alright.
I have eyes on Enoch. He is still seeing individuals coming in. There is a basement for him to go into if he so needs to.
Okay. I think we're all good then.
There's nothing we can do other than sit and wait.
I'm gonna stay within 100 feet of Enoch's location, but otherwise take coil out of my backpack and I think just sit and wait in a kind of like a shaded area,
I'll chill
as
with
if we are any one of the other people who are kind of just taking
Sure.
shade.
There is no just like tree or
Yep.
beautiful garden within KELSION, but
Yep.
it's a clouded day. Some of the sun is poking through in different blotches and spots and certain rays and areas. Simple enough just to find a building that is cooler and or has a bit more cover to it. Plenty of open porches that have either plain covers to whatever it may be, an alleyway that you can have a corner and diagonal view on it. You find one nearby, find a small alley you guys can tuck into while having a southwest angle staring at it. You just begin watching from there. I'm assuming that you guys are trying to be a bit hidden or inconspicuous.
Inconspicuous. Is the right word.
I would say make a stealth check, just as more generality. Not that you're
Yikers.
attempting to hide, but more of the fact that you're trying to blend in and not look like you were cops waiting for a...
Sting
Yeah,
operation.
exactly.
Celebration.
You're more or less doing a stakeout without trying to be found out.
I got an 8.
An 8. Well, you have disadvantage.
I know, I rolled an 8 and a 14.
Wearing plate armor.
11 plus 0.
Okay.
Nate,
Coil.
Celeste.
Sorry.
Ooh,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
look at that spike in the audio.
my
Oh my gosh.
Have fun.
DM was angry.
At least that's easy to cut out.
Golden left.
Yeah.
No, not allowed.
Bad rolls for my players.
Cringe. Why did we leave you two to the stealthing?
I'm not trying to be stealthy necessarily. I'm just trying.
This is more or less just to see how suspicious you look.
100 feet away from the building. We should be fine, theoretically.
True.
Alright, what am I rolling?
Save us.
Stealth.
Stealth.
I think you severely overestimate how far 100 feet is.
Hey, you got any cards on you?
It was an 11, right? Oh no.
What was your
Pick up
stealth?
the dice.
It was an 11.
Plus 6.
So 17.
17. Okay. Coil thinks he sees a rat and is instantly in nearby garbage and furniture and whatever it is of broken pieces of something. And he's pretty well hidden, as even sometimes you kind of lose track of him and look to see either his tail or fur of some fart or some appendage just reaching and crawling through. He seems plenty busy. CAEDRIK is just very clearly like staring at the building and then turning back to you. You yourself don't seem, you play it off. You're doing a better job. You're not trying to hide. You're not like tucking back or trying to make yourself look scarce. But at the same time, you're not acting as if the building is your center of attention. CAEDRIK, however, is having that problem. Constantly making it very clear that he is just staring at the building.
Perhaps we should move out of line of sight of the building.
I give him a thumbs up and I'll head over to the side
Chunk, 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 chunk.
Okay.
Okay.
And I message to Coil, don't cut yourself and don't eat anything that you don't know what it is.
So, you two, SAAKA, DATH'TAN, you are still looking through alleys? Yeah. Another perception check, please. And make another perception check for me. If you wouldn't mind, KELSION.
I rolled a nat 1.
You're a bit distracted.
15.
15. You're doing better. Looking through, you are seeing like just some people that are asleep or slumped up, and you're keeping your eye on them without harassing them.
22.
Keeping a mental note and like swinging back to look an eye out for them. Nothing so far. You're doing a much better job keeping your eyes sharper, looking around.
Quiet is good.
So, as you guys begin sitting for a stakeout, a bit past midday turns to dusk. Dusk turns to night. Night turns to early morning. I'd like 3 rounds of perception checks for those making perception checks.
3 separate perception checks total?
This is for anyone who wishes to do something that is perception checks. 2 are looking through alleyways. You're just walking around the east street and then the center street.
As we're kind of sitting, I'll kind of every once in a while like screech over.
Sure, you're on the west road. He's on the east road. So sure, go ahead and make it for the west.
19.
17.
SAAKA?
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
That's better.
You gonna roll?
15.
Alright, Captain.
You guys, Coil Care, CAEDRIK are on the
What the
west
hell?
road.
What just happened?
That's 20.
It like bounced off the edge.
It looks...
Sick.
People are beginning to walk through as time passes. Some a bit drunk, others not so much. Nothing that is attempting to catch your eye, and no one approaches Enac's building.
I want kindness to sniff for cinnamon.
To sniff.
I got a dirty 20.
Make a perception check for a rat.
Rats have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely upon smell.
Go ahead.
That is a 16 plus 0.
Nothing.
Cool. Alright.
Okay. Your eyes are sharper than what they were earlier today, but nothing so far. Some of you beginning to get nervous, a bit antsy as nothing has happened. Silence from any possible attacker. Go ahead and roll another time. At this point, it is beginning to get middle of night.
So once it gets to be
SAAKA?
Got an 11.
Okay.
10.
same thing from the rat.
Did I see
Same thing.
anything with my nat 20 from earlier?
So 17.
No.
Okay. Everyone had already gone through. You needed to do the little one, same thing.
23.
23.
19.
19.
19.
Looking about. The nightlife is a bit more quiet, as yesterday night was a party, and some people are probably a bit tired, even from that, as it was a late night party. Nothing out of the normal. Some of the guards have begun to either swap shifts or their routes, but are still giving you a wide berth as you walk about, along with the rest of the menagerie, as you guys are combing through from a road past on the east and west where your acquaintances are at, and then combing inwards towards the center road looking for people. You're seeing people, but it's not like you have found your target. You see some kids, but nothing that would point to them acting suspicious.
My legs are gonna be super toned after
The third
this.
check. Yeah, third check, please.
So kindness was a 16 for the second cinnamon sniff.
Nothing yet.
I was a 20 plus 0 for care's perception.
Nothing on the second check. But
So
third check,
We're doing 25.
20.
20.
Yes.
There you go.
Go.
Care?
16 for
25, 20.
cinnamon
Correct,
check.
Captain. 20.
Another 20 for the
Natural
plus
20.
0 for the wisdom check.
Wow.
Holy
I
crap.
got a 6.
Okay.
22.
26.
It is
You are
late in the day.
sleepy.
We are jittery.
SAAKA is a little bit distracted. Everyone else seems to be right where they should be. Walking about the eastern and then the main road.
Okay,
SAAKA and DATH'TAN walking together, combing through alleyway to alleyway. COIL, CAEDRIK, Care being on the western road. You guys don't see anything. DATH'TAN, KELSION. Walking down the center road, roughly 2 in the morning. You are beginning to walk about, not lying in wait or attempting to act suspiciously. And at this point, some of you attempting not to nod off. You catch something coming down from what would be where the wagons exited. Almost, not quite entering through the town, but on the far, far from the center of town. The main road. A younger figure of a girl appears and begins to slowly creep towards this center building. You two catch it first. SAAKA is with you, DATH'TAN, but does not see this. Skin, white as snow that reflects in the moonlight, but drops as she goes cover to cover with the buildings. Golden locks that fall past her shoulder. Brown eyes that begin scanning, picking out the building. She walks almost unaware of anything else around her. You look and you notice another puppet sewn by sackcloth in her hand as she begins to go. Her steps are quiet, but you manage to catch her with your eye. She's beginning to creep closer and closer. She's on the same side of the road as her guest destination, maybe within 40 feet of the porch and getting closer. As she is slowly, but as fast as she is at least feeling safe to go, creeping towards the house.
Yes, my current question is,
The house was on the left side of the road if you're facing the exit, the west exit. And she's on the same side, coming down from the west side as she almost popped out, almost like right at the gate, but not quite, to not alert the guards that are guarding the outside, and begins walking them.
how far away is she from my current position?
From where you are, you kind of spot her as you are coming up, so you are coming from the east, while she's coming from the west. So you guys are walking towards each other. She does not seem to notice you at this given point, though. She's kind of more ducking in between buildings and alleyways. DATH'TAN, you are on what would be the west side of town if you were taking a look at where you were, or like standing in the center. And you are coming into the main road, but do see her coming down.
So, from walking patrol all day, do I know if there is a route from where I currently am through alleyways that keeps me close to the main road that I can more or less sneak up to that point?
One or two. Most of these alleyways are not like hooks or hook rounds, as more as they just lead you into the next set of road.
Okay.
So you could just walk up and then walk back in the next one, but it would be more just like a back forth pattern more than it is a hook around. What are you two doing? At this point, she's 35.
Has she walked past me?
30. At this point, yes.
I'm gonna quietly
25.
start trying to follow her
20.
around the edge of the buildings.
SAAKA has still not seen and is just beginning to walk out into the road.
I'll more or less.
If
move
she
into
walks
alleyways.
straight out into the road, I'm gonna pull her back.
SAAKA, your arm gets grabbed and yanked back by DATH'TAN.
And a point.
At this point, SAAKA, you look over and you do see. Make a stealth check if you're attempting to.
I'm gonna move into the alleyways and try to pick up my pace to get.
Make a stealth check. You guys kind of have your
And I
backs.
can't bless myself.
Okay. If you guys were standing in the center road, she's coming down this way. You guys are rode over, and you're scanning over around that side.
24.
Okay.
I
Kelsey.
think you beat me. Yeah, 23. I rolled a 17.
20. Nice. So all of you, in your own manners, so you are walking up to walk back.
Yep.
Okay, so you duck into a
No,
nearby
I'm not
alleyway
on the
and
main
walk
road.
off. Technically, what would be if you're facing the mines at this point? You're walking north.
Yeah.
And then you're turning back, walking back down. As you guys, technically, are turning and following her as she walks eastwards towards the building. 15. 10 feet. She hasn't seemed to notice you. 5. She quietly, her feet hit the steps of the porch. You come back into the road to see her walking and is now on the porch, and her hand is reaching for the door.
How?
Without a sound, the door swings open. The moonlight casts around her, the cold air breezing in. She looks.
This guy's so.
Does Kindness see her at this
Sees.
point?
Okay.
Make a perception check for kindness.
I'm going to make my way quietly to follow her and try to follow her into the house.
11 plus
Same.
0.
11.
If it's just eyesight.
Looking, or
You could, if it's both, I could do whatever. I don't know. Up to you.
so you can check. She rolled a natural 20 on
Uh-huh.
attempting just to stealth into the room.
If it's a small, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I'm trying to figure this out because I would say this. Kindness at least tells you that she heard the door open. At 2 a.m. in the morning, in your mind, you hear the words, "Doors opened."
Fuck. To CAEDRIK.
All you see is that at this point, as you've hooked around and you two are on the other side of the road watching her, she looks. Damn it. She throws the puppet in, closes the door, and turns around on the porch and takes the steps down and begins hurriedly at this point, just beginning to dodge away.
So I'm a.
Alright, telling Kindness immediately, grab the puppet, go
You
outside
do
the
hear
door.
as soon as it's tossed, puppet inside, puppet inside.
Yeah, telling Kindness, leap down, grab the puppet, run as far as you can.
Okay. How many hit points does a rat have?
A rat has 1. However, rats can fall, like small animals can
Sure.
fall super far.
I'm gonna ask for a dex check.
Sure.
Because it is a at least 12-foot drop
Sure.
from the rafters to the floor.
Sure thing.
So you could have no rat.
And as soon
It's okay. We just do kindness over.
she turned around, I'm chasing after her.
Okay, she turns.
That's,
And at this point, by the way, as she looks, you are in the road.
Yeah.
There is no stuff.
Yeah.
You're standing there and she goes, begins like sprinting, and she is hauling down the road.
Okay.
At this point, she did not see you, but you did see as the disguised Kelsion steps out into the road and is behind her. She turns, sees Kelsion,
We're
kind of
fine.
hits the steps and begins running. She is headed for the west gate.
Chasing after her is.
Really quick.
Okay, yeah. Go
3, boss.
Oh.
F in the chat.
Face first, you warg in, just see the last seconds of life of your rat fall and face first hit the ground and disperse.
Just like
You hear it.
SAAKA.
Alright, I'm grabbing Quill. We're running towards Enak's shack while casting message to Enak.
Puppet is inside. Get into cover.
I'm already in the basement.
Okay, that should work.
I'm following them. I don't know what's going on, but I'll follow them.
To go get the puppet while I give chase.
Okay.
Just
So, no initiative is being rolled as combat is not being had. This is a chase sequence. I would like to know your 2 speed. Per round, if you were to use your action to dash, which I'm assuming you're doing,
Yes.
what is it that you guys are, your speed?
So
I can
base
make
It would be a
30,
total
so
of
then
6.
60.
But no, we're getting the puppet.
60. She can move 90 around. Bonus action dash.
I know we want to do it, we can't do it.
She is sprinting, and you see that as she runs, she grabs a nearby crate and throws it into the main road and ducks into the alleyway that she just threw that out of, giving you guys something to hop over as you begin chasing.
If
You guys
she's-
are beginning to lose ground on her.
If she's still within 120 feet before
Okay.
she gets that far,
Sure.
I'd like to cast Invoke Duplicity as a copy of myself walking out of an alleyway as a blocker.
Okay. Yeah. You cast the spell, beginning to whisper. It's not even drawing runes in the air for this. There's a pulse. And as she is going into it, as she chucks this crate down, she looks up and is like at the breast of the guard who's just standing there looking like you, waving. She catches her feet and almost falls to her butt before looking at you guys, getting back up and sprinting down the west road, no longer dodging into the alleyway.
So this is technically not combat, right?
This is not combat. This is a chase that is actively happening. So if you're doing something, say it now.
So urchin feature, party moves twice as fast when not in combat. Would that still
To
apply
town.
here? To the town?
I have that too. Here.
Interesting.
I
I
can
need to look at it.
right there.
I'm not going to read it from just that. I'm going to look it up real quick to get specifics.
This
Because
urchin thing.
urchin feature, but I'm going to
your
check
party
if
can
this
travel
is something
through
of
a
you have to be
city
knowledgeable of
twice
the
as
town or
fast
not.
when non-combat.
I mean, you did look at a map, right? That
And
was
you
No.
have been
Well,
walking around
He
town
has been
for
saying he was
about
studying a
8
map
days.
trying to figure out patterns for the
yeah.
arsonists.
You did say that.
Yeah,
We were talking about like birthday view.
I looked at it. Yeah, and we've been walking around the town
That's true.
for days.
Give me a moment.
We got the urchin background up.
I have it as well. And this is the feature?
This is the feature
this is
City
the-
Secrets.
Yeah. You know the secret patterns and flows to cities and can find passages through the urban sprawl that others would miss. When you are not in combat, you and companions you lead can travel between any 2 locations in the city twice as fast. So the only problem with this is this is not like you now have triple speed and you're going like 360. It's not like the haste spell is cast on. You simply know shortcuts.
Yes.
In this point, she is no longer taking a shortcut, she is running down the main road.
Okay.
This is more about raw speed than it is your knowledge of cutting her off.
You could still use it to have
shortcuts of flanking though. That's what.
That's exactly my point. She's no longer doing that though. This is just straight running.
Oh, I'm saying if he wants to do that.
Sure. As described before, the alleyways are not like diagonal cuts, as they're more back and forth in straight lines. So he would actually be going slower, running up and running back down in an attempt to
I
chase.
know he's super far. Are we on the same road where we can see them now?
Care, have you said anything? Because this has kind of been in your mind. Okay.
I just started following him.
My
Gotcha.
first thing was
He's gonna be
running
healed.
towards him.
Okay.
So bonus action to message, action to dash with coil, next
Sure.
to me. So
Saaka,
2
what are you
turns
doing?
to get there.
When they went to go
The-
chase her, he
You see
told me to
DATH'TAN
go-
begin sprinting
Yeah.
after KELSION, who's running. You see a form of KELSION step out as an attempt to scare her, which works, but now she's making it for the West Gate. At this point, besides a shout or two, nothing has been called out.
He told me to go grab the puppet, and so I was gonna go
Sure.
grab the puppet, try to run as far outside of town as I could get past the gate into that kind of open field between us and the forest.
Okay. So, as you are running at this point, you guys are giving chase. Saaka, you blow into the room. The door pretty much coming off of its hinges as it slams into the wall. You look and you see the back of the doll, this puppet. The rune that is alight right now. The threads that seem to be making a full rune for a spell are slowly dimming. Almost as if a wick beginning to burn out. It is nothing that is like on fire. It's like a timer to a bomb.
Okay. Can I try to stab it before I pick it up and try to run it as far as I can?
You're gonna stab it with your greatsword.
Kinda. It's like what?
Make an attack roll.
Like a voodoo doll? Wait, I was gonna take it outside the house
Okay, you
before I even try.
grab
that.
it, run
Okay,
outside,
actually,
and at this point, you guys come into the main road of the town of Kraldirk, and you see that Saaka has it in her hand, sprinting, a greatsword in the other.
Stop.
Okay.
Coil.
She hits the
Mind thing.
hits
Mind
the
thing.
ground.
Mind hand paw up.
He casts Mage Hand, grabs the bomb, and throws it up as far
No,
as he
take
can.
the hand with you. Don't throw it.
Yeah, don't throw it.
Don't throw it.
Hold it.
Make a charisma check.
Okay.
This is to be how hard your hand can throw it.
Would that be spell?
It'd be charisma.
Charisma check. So I just had your charisma mod.
Save him. Just a check.
Check.
That would be a 6.
It grabs it out of Sokka's hand.
No, carry it.
Hold
Pick
it
it up.
up.
Pick it up.
I hold it up. 30 feet up. 30 feet up.
From
Now.
the time that it looks, you maybe have 10 seconds.
Okay, go grab it.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna try.
Hold it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab it, hold it up as far as I can, which is
Mage hand.
Yeah,
30 feet.
30 feet.
Yep.
Picking and holding it up, it flies 30 feet into the air. Let me check the range of this thing.
20 feet.
I'm running away.
It's 20 feet.
As it's being lifted in the air, Satyr down the center road, just hauling it towards the eastern door.
I'm like hiding behind a building. I don't run away. But...
I hug Coil. before it closes.
Almost like an entire explosion, a napalm blast shooting upwards into the sky, like an inferno of fire. Most of you are knocked straight to the ground or on your butt. Saaka is the only one that's standing there taking it. Even CAEDRIK, who's running the forward momentum, knocks you straight onto your face. Sokka's just staring up right at the entire explosion of black smoke and orange energy and fire. It engulfs what would be almost the range of 2 or 3 houses on this road. As it begins to burn out after a full 2 minutes. At this point, though, for the 2 minutes that it's burning and you guys are witnessing this, the concussive blast instantly knocking you down. Not doing damage, but you are knocked out of air care. And Coil, you are immediately almost just planted right into the ground. Saaka, like, holding on to you, however.
I'll walk back over.
While this
Hey,
process
good job,
of the
kid.
explosion passes.
Good job. Does the arsonist seem to be favoring one side of the road, like she may want to dart down?
As you see that she's looking at either side. She's just looking for escape. She's been cut off and she's panicking right
Like,
At
is
this
she
point, you
running down
see
the
that
straight middle, or
she's running down the straight middle. It
Okay.
almost looks like she's barreling for the door because she has no other option.
Okay.
You guys have really just talked to one another. There's not really been many shouts.
So
This has still been a mostly quiet endeavor, except for the explosion that now just went off.
we're
And
probably
at this
not.
point, as time passes, you see already guards and people that are like looking out to see what the hell is happening. But as for you guys are the only ones really giving tail. At this point, she's losing you. You guys can keep a steady pace, but she's a solid, at this point, 40, 50 feet ahead that she's been able to keep. At one point, as you chase after her, she stops just for a second and pulls out a small hand crossbow.
Okay. Well, she stopped to do that, so
She can still run 60.
yeah,
even
I
in
know.
that. So, disadvantage. It's still pretty good, actually. 15 plus 21 to hit KELSION, as you would be. DATH'TAN would actually be closer, so it would be DATH'TAN. Because you were kind of further out than he was, so as he began chase, you ran at an angle and got in front of him. And you guys are equal speed. So 21 to hit? Yeah. Okay. It is no surprise attack. So just 8 points of piercing. As you run, a crossbow into your hip area and almost makes it hard to run for a second as you begin to. It is in your leg and hip, and right now it is painful to begin to run. And you're trying to tug at it, trying to pull it out, but for the most part, it's planted and slowed you down a tiny bit as she turns and begins running again.
I'm gonna shoot at her.
Okay? It's at disadvantage. She shot at disadvantage at you. That was like a 16 and a 15. That was so she rolled pretty well.
15.
15? Misses. You, and it almost hits her as you shoot it at her, and she looks and just ducks to the side, dodging out of the way, beginning to run. You're beginning to load again as you're hobbling with the one leg at this point, favoring it. KELSION, you begin sprinting.
I'm going to.
She is narrowing into almost a 50-foot range of the door.
Okay. I'm going to try to pick up any sort of rock pebble or just something small and light to. I believe I can do as a bonus action cast the light cantrip on it.
Okay.
So I'm sort of standing there as a spotlight saying, "Over here."
Okay, so you begin to shout and call out as a great light now. As the explosion happens and it's still standing, you guys are still in awe and shock of it. A great light, almost like a beacon, just lights up, and you begin to hear shouts from KELSION.
We need to go.
No.
I try and pick myself off the ground, like holding coil as tight as I can.
Thank you for
There are no gates on that side. It is a doorless gate. The only one that had it was the east.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Rollerk is a poor town.
Let's go.
You notice that as she runs, she's beginning to take it at an angle. Instead of running for the door, she's running at the wall itself.
Don't tell me she's gonna run straight up the wall.
We're doing the Yuan-Ti chase again. We're trying to go after the light.
Okay, you guys.
4 of us.
What is your guys' speed?
50.
30.
If you're dashing.
Oh, if you're dashing,
60,
60.
60, 60, 50. Okay. You are taking up the rear. At this point, you do see ANETH run out of an alleyway, look, and begin running past all of you guys a bit faster.
What's that mean?
60, I can do 120 if I did Phelan and Jody, but I'd have to spend the next turn not moving.
Why didn't we have you next to us?
It's okay. You're
You can
probably
attempt to.
with care.
It could probably begin catching you up. You would not be right on your acquaintances, though. Okay.
He's probably
That's
How
it.
far? How far
Kelsey.
would
One
it be?
thing
I'm
to
gonna try
also
to
keep in mind in
pull out
regards to
that
him.
Okay. It hurts, but you already took most of the pain, and so you're going to suck it up. You drop it and just begin sprinting, no longer being hobbled.
Keep in mind in regards to him, he has a climbing speed as well, so if he needs
Yep.
to parkour his way up, that is a thing that is within your ability, if you so desire.
What are you guys doing?
If I can again, I want to take another shot.
Okay. I'll say that she is within your disadvantage range.
I'm just straight up chasing after her. I don't really have much right now.
Okay. You're going to maybe have one more shot at her before she gets to climb the fence. It's only little over 12 feet. It looks like this person could be
And
over
how far
30.
is she currently from me?
From you? She's kept a good 40 feet on you at this point. And so
17.
from where you guys are, yeah, it's about 40 to 50 foot range at any given point.
Okay, 40
17.
feet.
17? That does hit.
Ha!
Don't kill the child.
Just injured.
I can bring her back.
That's true.
7 points damage.
An arrow sticks into a darker cloak at this point that you can't really get the color of, but it sinks in, and she and begins to continue to run, even with this bolt in her.
CAEDRIK, keep up.
Hey, shut up!
CAEDRIK.
So while this is going on, and I'm watching the light continue away from us, am I getting the idea, going by my knowledge of where the gates are, that she's trying to go for the wall? Would I know that by this point?
You could figure that her direction is directly at the wall. She is
Yep.
going to be hitting a little bit to the right of the main door.
So
At
I'm
this
gonna
point, from the
call
shouting, you
out-
do see two of the bygone guard like step into the town themselves that were guarding the west door, and they look and they're looking about, panicked, and then they see the girl. Both take aim, begin to look, but the one like grabs onto the other gun. No, alive! Points it into the sky as the shot rings out into the air.
Okay.
The other one pulls the gun away, drops his gun, and begins chasing after her, although looking slower. It looks like she's going to hit the wall before they can reach her.
So I'm gonna, alright, COIL, follow SAAKA. I'm gonna go at whatever direction it would take to allow me to have line of sight on the wall, regardless of whether or not I'm close
You
to
could
the
run
wall.
off to the alley
Yep.
to the right and pop out into a side main road
Yep.
and be able to see the wall.
That's
you could
all I
not
want.
directly see her, but you can see the road.
All I want is to be able to see the wall, so that
She
if
looks like she's
starts
gonna-
climbing up it, I'll see her.
She's going to be hitting the road itself, and there's going to be a house in between her and the fence,
Yep.
so she's going to kind of be blockaded in. But she is not caring at this point.
So
You two have really one more thing you can try and pull here, as you're the closest.
once she hits the wall, she's going to have to start climbing. So I should be able to make it within 30 feet reasonably. If I can make it within that,
Depends what she makes in the first check.
if
She is 90 feet of movement that she can attempt to make
If
up a
I
13-foot wall.
I'm going, if I get within range, I'm going to try to cast. I believe I can do that. Yeah, I'm going to cast Charm Person.
Okay. One more thing from you, DATH'TAN?
So very dumb of me, but gonna go for a cold shot the back of the knee.
Okay. AC will be higher.
Yep. That's why I'm
Way higher.
being dumb.
As she slows to a stop, you become into range. I'll say it's not disadvantage, but the AC, I got you. AC is higher. I'm giving her an AC of +3 for this cold shot.
24.
Okay. AC would have been 19, so that hits. She's already suffered damage.
9 damage.
Okay. Another arrow sticks into the back of her knee. You think that it pierced out the other side as she almost gets down. You hear, and the other half of a bolt flies off from her leg. She's going to take it at disadvantage. 12 and a 19. Let's see what it is total.
I don't know if I'll be in range.
Get to look up.
I'm gonna still be running.
Oh yes, I'm sure that you are. You
And
have
she is stopped at the wall.
She is stopped, but at this point, she's going for a leap just to begin to climb the wall
Is
with
this at the
whatever
point
she
at which
can.
I'd be able to see her climbing the wall?
Not really. From where you were, because
Okay.
she's like, let's say she's here, in between a building and a fence, right?
Yep.
You are here. You just ran into a straight alley and are beginning to run. You are not quite at an angle where you can see her.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to accomplish. Alright.
No problem. One moment. I'm looking up her stat sheet. Here we go. There it is. She leaps and with her good leg launches herself pretty high up, longer than what you think a child could. She catches on and you see her fingers have squeezed into the small seams, like the few inches there is of space in between each fence. It looks painful and you can see the grimace on her face as she is pretty much crushing her own fingers with each climb.
How high was the jump?
It is not like she leapt over it. She leapt and caught on about 5 feet up and is now climbing. And with her speed, the injury, I'll say it even pretty much triples her movement. She is already over on the other side and beginning just to drop down. And you hear a as she hits the ground. Okay. You see the one guard who is watching his friend almost take fire and chase after. He looks at her, who leaps over, runs back out, and begins to give chase. And you hear more, "Hey! Hey!" So, what are you all doing? At this point, Care, along with the others, as they reach the fence, you two do. What are you guys doing?
I guess I try to climb over.
Yeah, same here.
Okay. Care had a head start on the group that he was with. SAAKA would have followed.
I'm booking it, trying
yeah.
to follow SAAKA.
So yeah,
Along with COIL, because COIL was with SAAKA in the very second.
Yep.
So at this point, not COIL, Care, sorry,
Yep.
lots of C's going around.
yeah.
You look and you do see DATH'TAN, who's holding onto a wound on his leg, is looking at the fence along with KELSION. And you see the one guard at this point run up to catch up with them. He turns and begins to attempt to go back to the gate.
What is the gate of the wall made out of?
Wood, it's like a thick fence.
No time for this. Cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp to attempt to crush the wall's wooden beams and try to pry it open.
As you guys stand there, bursting from the center of it itself, where the fence is, just falling and cracking and snapping and flying towards you guys as like pieces of wooden shrapnel, and out the other side, this large wooden fist closing to make a large doorway that each one of you could just simply step through. And as the fist and sinks back down, you look and you see a guard who's on his foot, like taking aim, but realizing he can't do anything, slings the gun over his shoulder and begins chasing after a getting away target.
That makes it easy. Run through the doors. Go dash.
All beginning to sprint after. Her speed has slowed and you guys are actually beginning to catch her. The guard seems a little bit out of breath, but you two are beginning to close the gap, along with Care at this point, who's running behind them. You're getting a little bit out of breath, but you are just running as fast and as hard as you can. The rest of you at this point are reaching the gate, but are not quite there.
So
at this point, you once again see the large bits of stone, the tall trees and groupings of nature, the large rises of stone hills that are ahead of you, and the path of the Neuron Highway slowly snaking. She's off to the right in a large field of grass and is just running through any like bushels of trees that she can get in to try and cut you guys or slow your progress or to run around stone. She's at this point attempting to make it as hard as possible.
I have an.
Follow the blood, follow the blood.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep following.
I want to take another shot, but purposely miss to try to make her fall.
Make an attack roll. I'll say with disadvantage. These you are attempting to miss. You are just shooting a crossbow bolt.
Knock it too.
Okay. Falls. You see that as she's running, she sees it and just continues to run a little bit harder. A bit more determination coming to her than anything else.
how far is she away currently?
At this point, she has slowed down to about 60 feet around, I've given it. So you guys are keeping within a distance of 30 to 20 feet between the rounds as you guys have caught up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm within 30 feet.
It took a little bit for you guys to get there, but yes, as it was the guard in front, as the guard began to slow down because of exhaustion, you guys begin sprinting ahead.
As
I
my
got lots of
actions to
spells.
dash. My bonus action is just Mind Sliver. Keep chipping away at her psyche.
Okay,
Intelligence saving throw.
that's a natural 15.
Okay.
And charm person,
Yeah,
charisma save.
yes. It will be at advantage since we are fighting her.
Yes, you guys have attacked her. That's a natural 19.
That's
She begins running, looking back, and begins to curl right. You see into like the large patches and groupings of nature. She's actually avoiding and just beginning to run. into the open fields and great expanses there are of grass, dirt, bushings and clumps of trees and bushes. You do know that at a certain point, field will become cliffs.
I'm gonna take another called shot at.
The other knee.
Okay. I'll say
Probably the
that
other
you're
knee.
shooting before she kicks out of your range, so
Yeah.
go ahead. AC is higher, but
24.
yeah, that hits.
Shit, dude.
How far away would we be at this point?
At this point, you guys have exited the gates and are following behind. You see your teammates running at an angle into the open fields through different patches of wooded area.
9 points of damage.
9.
Yep.
Dies instantly.
You fire for the knee. As she's running, she goes down on one knee, and the arrow through her head.
Getting within range, making sure she's
She
Making-
instantly just drops.
so getting within range, making sure that her escape is
The
cut off.
knee.
I went to basically pin her and also cast Cure Wounds.
You slam onto it. The body reacts to the slam. Dathan kind of stops, realizing what he did. You pull the bolt out and hit her with Cure Wounds. The hole in her head closes. The brain matter seeping back in.
That's a cute noise.
It closes, and you see a sow mark work its magic, dissipate. Go ahead and make an athletics check against her. You can't grapple with acrobatics.
Yeah, I know.
So
Unfortunately.
during this pause of a moment, I would have a chance to.
You saw it happen where it
Yep.
and instantly Kelsion just dogpiled the body.
Yep.
Athletics?
Eventually got within.
Athletics to
30
grapple.
That'd be a 21.
Okay, let me check her stats. That's 22. She wriggles out and kicks at your head, and you,
As I see the struggle, I'm gonna dart forward and
you leap for another
How
dog
far
pile
is
like a police officer just coming down with the elbow. Go ahead and make a grapple check yourself.
that would be strength.
Athletics, yeah.
Oh, well, that's bad.
I foresaw this moment. I'm invoking the eye to give her a natural 1.
She already rolled a natural 1. But that's good too.
Alright.
Yeah, you
You
really
somehow
did foresee this
Yeah.
moment.
I did foresee this moment.
As you sit there and you see that Dathan's running and leaping for her as she's beginning to get back onto her feet and beginning to run. How much hit points did you heal her?
I had not rolled that yet because I was so concerned about getting her at least conscious. 11.
Okay.
I'm a good healer.
Apparently.
We brought someone back to life.
As she begins to run, you think that you saw this before, or at least a version of it. You felt the cool wind that you're feeling now. You remember the illumination of the night, and the same steps that you're feeling now, the rushed movement. But you realize that in this moment, there can be an alteration. Within a second, you blink, and what only you see, where you swear was open field, is a large stone at her foot, which she hits and trips over, hitting the ground, which instantly Dathan dogpiles, barrel grabs her and just lifts, and she is fighting against, trying to swing back with her head to hit you in the nose, which you retract to keep in line. Your muscles are flexing a bit harder than you have to. She's like a feral animal at this point, fighting with every bit of energy she has, swinging her legs in the air to gain momentum, try and plant herself on the ground to lift you, which almost works, but you hold her back. She is giving you a fight.
Do I?
You guys have seen this happen.
Okay, so we know that she's like.
You guys see through the collection of woods and trees and bushes that there is several openings in just the field itself.
So I can see that
out
she's
there.
like.
I'm gonna let
has her.
Yes.
Who's next to me?
It would be COIL, who's probably closest because Sokka's ahead, then it would be Coil.
Okay,
then
I'm gonna
you.
yell.
You're trailing behind.
I'm gonna yell kind of close to them, and I'm gonna say, "I'm gonna go get the captain." And I'm gonna turn around and start running towards the black.
How far away would I be?
You wouldn't be too far. You're like right toe and toe with Sokka, and you guys were trailing a few feet behind Care. So
Okay, clean
Circle
up.
to the end.
you guys would have caught up to them soon at this point.
Local object, cinnamon-scented sackcloth puppet.
Checking, not one on her.
Oh, thank God.
So, once Sokka gets
Yeah, I was waiting for that moment.
once Sokka gets close, I'm gonna tell her to secure the arsonist's legs.
You see that as she's swinging, she's just stopped. She's sitting there.
You done?
Don't give her a moment.
Am I within?
Yeah.
Am I within 30 feet of her?
Yes.
I would like to cast this.
What are you doing, Nate?
Blindness, deafness. Which one?
Blindness.
Okay, con save?
It is charisma.
Charisma.
Really?
Oh no, Constitution.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
fine.
I believe it was con.
Yeah.
I was mixing up spells for a second.
No problem. That's a failure. She... I can't see. Didn't think it'd work this quickly.
Don't try anything.
Too late. You see that as she opens her mouth, she puts her tongue onto where a tooth used to be.
What is it?
Poison capsule. Goodbye.
I'm gonna quickly, gross as it is, put my hand in her mouth. Just stop.
No.
You noticed that Sokka noticed, or at least saw that she was chewing on something for a moment.
No, stop. She was already chewing on it.
It's too late.
It's too late. Unless you got something.
So, once she stops spazzing out, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds again.
You heal her physical wounds. Go ahead and roll healing.
Keep her up.
Mage. Can I cast Mage Hand to try and get as much of the capsule out of her mouth as possible?
She had already swallowed it.
Oh.
That's why she was revealing to her missing tooth. How much are you healing her?
11.
Okay.
7 plus 5.
Yeah, good healing.
That's 12.
How many more spell slots do you have in that, Kel?
You see that she's sitting there. You know what? You give me a good chase. You have maybe a minute.
You're not working alone. Who are you working for? You're obviously not.
Could I attempt to
Kel,
force her to
surgery.
vomit?
Surgery, then heal the wounds. Take out the contents.
I can't just gut and empty the stomachs.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Did you see that she hears you?
Oh, cool.
Go ahead and roll another athletics.
I'm a
She's
bit less
most definitely
comfortable
going
with
to fight you.
Sokka, you gut, I heal.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, mine is 2.
You want me to cut?
What you got?
Yes, you get the chance. Cut.
Are you sure
25.
you want
Yes.
me to do this?
I can handle
Lucky
it.
son of a gun, 24. She breaks free for a second, but you grab onto her throat and you pull her back into your arms.
Sokka, knock
Let me know when I get
unconscious,
to the
Kel,
bro.
perform surgery and then heal.
You are-
She's already
This needs to
blind.
happen now.
She's looking panicked, kicking at you at this point.
Unconscious her, the child.
I smack her as hard as I can.
With the might of Zeus.
I guess.
Or no,
with
with
the
the
might
might
of-
of.
It hit
blow.
her. No, it hit her head. Controlled.
Non-lethal blow.
Yeah, non-lethal.
Okay, so taking the butt of your greatsword, you go ahead and make an attack roll with
gosh,
advantage
right.
because
Bardic Persuasion.
No.
you do notice that as
Dang
she's
it.
being held with pretty decent passive perception, she's seeming to be wearing a embroidered
19.
brass ring on her.
Is she fidgeting with the ring at all?
No,
19.
I'd like to try to take it off of her.
15, 14, 19.
make sleight of hand, see if she notices while she's a bit busy.
19.
19 to hit? Yes. Go ahead and roll damage.
I just wanted to knock her unconscious.
You still have to roll damage.
Yeah, you still need to.
There's a chance where she could still be conscious and you just hit her in the
So
head.
what do I roll for?
Normal damage.
Normal damage.
You do get your extra d6. So 3d6
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
plus 5. I believe.
7, 12.
12. Okay, that doesn't put her out. You healed her twice.
Oh,
11
I
and 12
thought
each
because
time.
of the poison that would have eliminated.
Poison's something different.
Oh, okay.
Poison.
It's different.
Well, he wouldn't know that. Neither would Saakka.
Yeah.
I know.
That's Fanaya
As far as
trying
I
to
know,
break
you,
through.
Is there a
you ingest
tree
poison, you
nearby?
die. That's it.
Huh?
That's how I
Is
was
there a
hearing.
tree near us?
Okay.
A tree. There is several like bunchings and bushels and
Cool.
groupings
I
of
just-
forest.
Take her to a tree, grab the back of her head, and smash her head against the tree.
25 on
knock
the
her
sleight
out.
of hand.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll. I'll just say straight because she is fighting you. She's realizing you're
Can I have
25
an
on the
F
side.
in the chat for this?
Yeah. You slip it off, and as the ring slips off, the form of the small girl disappears.
17s am I going
You
to roll?
instead see a
It's a good
tall,
thing,
Yeah.
dark-haired woman, what looks to be crimson red eyes, her skin still pale, as she is digging her feet into the
like
ground.
21.
Her features are sharp and half-elf. As she 21, that hits. Go ahead and
Damn.
just what's your strength?
My strength is
Get ready to do surgery.
My modifier is a 4.
So 4, I'll say +2 instead of +1, so 6. 25. She's sitting at 1 hit point.
Taking
Her head and nose are broken, and she, looks like she spits out another tooth.
taking the ring, I'm gonna toss it to Care, saying, "Take a look at this."
Later, not now.
I know.
Pocket.
It's
No,
a brass
wow.
ring with what looks to be a carved face.
And she had a disguise that dropped as soon as
Yeah.
it was lifted off.
Yeah,
her.
so you guys are seeing a now full half-elf woman instead of a small child. Black hair, still snow white skin, very sharp chin and nose features. Her nose is now broken to the side, but she has red eyes and she's fighting with everything she's got. Even now, sitting at this semi-conscious state, she's gonna
my
try.
umbrella and I'm
she's-
like, please stop.
she's gonna try one more time to break free. Athletics.
Vomit, or we're going to cut it out of
Vomit.
you.
Cut it out or bleed it out.
Either one.
Plague Doctor.
18? Okay. 16. She pushes away, this time stumbling from both pain and what you assume is poison taking over. She begins to fall and you catch her by the hand. She's still conscious and is like reaching into her belt for something by the time Care walks up with an umbrella. Make a strength attack.
Do I have advantage because she's restrained by this gentleman?
I'll say sure.
Sure. That's a 17 minus 1.
Okay, 16 is her AC. That So, what's your strength?
Minus 1?
Okay, so it's normally 1 plus your strength.
1.
1 plus your strength.
It's one, so the default for makeshift objects is a 1d4 plus minus whatever's applicable.
Okay,
Where's
So
a,
it'd be a 3.
so roll a d4.
Better not roll a
I
1.
got you. I got you.
better not roll a 1, motherfucker.
2.
1 damage.
The umbrella comes down onto the forehead, and as she's like grabbing for a knife, she like reaches and
Here, I'll take
the
that.
knife falls to
I
the
take
ground.
that, I take that.
Surgery.
Are you
Surgery.
watching COIL?
Grey's Anatomy.
Surgery.
I got the healing.
I'm not here.
Where do you even
Oh,
know?
you're
like,
not.
what
I'm
is
running
so-
to go tell the
At
captain.
this point, you've run in, and Acela,
You
along with her
take
men,
COIL
have
away.
are running towards the gate.
Yeah,
They
got
stop
it.
on their heels as soon
I
as they see
point this
you.
way, this way, this way, this way, this way.
Good. All of them begin
Okay.
running.
Alright. I tell
At this
Cleric
point,
to take
you're-
I
COIL
turn around
away.
and I'm like,
And at this point, you begin to see foam,
Oh,
and her lips are turning yellow.
It's too late.
Okay. Quickly, can you
Her
guys?
body's convulsing.
I can get. Okay, I guess I take her knife because it was guessing it's smaller than my huge great sword and start.
Yeah.
I got a
cutting it.
hand axe,
Yeah.
a spear,
Right
and
down
the
a
middle.
dagger.
So I
Have
take
him do it
her.
because he's Dexy.
I am very much more
You're
dexy.
Do it. He's an actual surgeon in comparison
He gets
to
down,
the
and
hammer.
you guys split open her buttoned-up tunic and show her stomach, where her lungs would be, up to her chest. She's ready to be. How far is the cut?
Enough to get to the
sternum.
stomach.
Stem to
Down
sternum?
to sternum. Well, I would do bottom of the ribs to the stomach.
Yeah, bottom of the ribs to, enough to get to the stomach.
This is a question I'm asking, because for all I know, you could start from face all the way down. So
Don't
I'm
do stem
asking.
to sternum. Do under the ribs.
So-
to
so-
sternum.
On the
Understood.
ribs.
Make a sleight of hand check.
No, what I'm trying to.
Bardic Inspiration, my child.
It's already been rolled.
For whatever's next. Whatever's next.
Can I do that for whatever's next?
You
Mach
you
20.
don't roll.
What are you
Mach
doing?
20.
Yeah.
I'm big brain.
You are not a sergeant. You've never had to do this.
No.
You are a thief.
Yeah.
You have slipped your fingers into pockets, and now you are taking dirty hands attempting to cut into a person. You are nervous. You're the tip of the dagger, which is curved, by the way, almost like a kukri. You take it, and it is extremely sharp. This person had taken the time to make it so. With a quick, silent, it is cut and ready to be peeled.
You.
Pierce
Cut
the
down.
stomach. We drain the stomach, then I'll heal.
How are we gonna
A-
drain the stomach?
Cut all the way down has been made, and you already see the pink, red flesh, the layer of muscle that was instantly cut through with one precise, strong movement.
Pierce the stomach. I might drain it.
You need to.
The body
Mm.
is still convulsing at this
Thick.
point.
It's not very-
You guys are working with seconds here.
It's in our bloodstream. You might need to exsanguinate and then replenish with your magic.
I'm not wizard. What's insanguinate?
Blood out! A body!
Now.
That's on him.
Why is that on me?
What are you guys doing?
You got the knife.
The stomach has been cut open. Someone has to peel it.
Peel it.
I'll do it.
Peel
I
You need to
Carefully.
peel back.
very carefully.
Another sleight of hand check.
So I'm gonna be pushing
Bardic Inspiration. Well, you just rolled.
Coil way back. He said
Well,
before
because-
he
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh, okay.
What are you saying to him before he peels it back?
Oh, what do I say?
Don't throw up.
Don't throw up.
Extra D6.
So
You guys see at this point CAEDRIK running up with all of the bygone guard, or a good amount of them. Hasela with 4 other guards. Then you see Hasela's like slowly slowing her pace.
21.
I get up.
What are you doing?
Give us a second.
You see that almost like a curtain being unveiled.
Trying to save a suspect.
It opens up, and you are. Some of it tears as it. But you open it, and you now have full access to stomach, beginnings of lower intestines, and part of the lungs, and you can see the ribs that are lining the tear you made of the open.
So I'm approaching because I appear to be the only person with an actual healer's kit in this entire party, and I kneel next to you, pulling out the contents, and attempting to pull out whatever antiseptics, anti-poisons, and also trying to take
The
anything that I
body
can
is still
use to
seizing at this
empty
point. You don't know
his
if it's
stomach
death throes or if it's the
drain
last
blood.
seconds of life.
What are we doing? Act fast.
Okay, so stepping in close next to him, I am taking out anything from the healer's kit that would allow me to drain the contents of the stomach, as well as to I want to get anything that is blood around that area. Try and drain as much as I can in the quickest time as possible.
There's plenty of blood and organs that are in this body, so you feel like you could probably begin to cut. The question is, where are you going?
Alright, so the actual poison
I will
is...
say, due to Amy probably having one of the most knowledge, you can reference her for any facts of this. I did a little bit of research before getting into this because I realized this could have been one of the many possibilities.
In regards to Kair's knowledge, he is understanding that this is something ingested, so stomach is first. Drain that as quickly as possible through whatever means the healer kit actually has within me.
Sure.
Whether that's just holding it
You
open.
see small incision
Yep.
blades, you see small, what look to be clean couplets to help anything that could bleed, and so you take that out just to make sure that blood isn't just spreading everywhere within the body.
Does
or
the
into other
healer's
pieces.
kit have anything like a straw or anything of that sort? Like
Looking to it, there seems to be a almost helper of a breather apparatus, almost like a straw that would go into the neck if you needed to let it drain out from there.
Yeah, I stab that into the stomach, and I'm
okay.
gonna go for it.
Make a sleight of hand.
Okay.
You are trying to be careful without tearing the stomach open. This could, any move could just kill this person.
Yep. Okay.
This is not an easy thing. Letting the stomach fluids
Do you
into
want
the
one of
body
us to
would
do it?
kill them.
No,
Tell us where.
actually yes. I'm gonna
Anywhere.
give his right in the stomach. I need you to get it shallow.
You just grab a shot.
Care begins drinking. Care, I'm a snake person.
I am immune.
I am too.
What if we
Another
what if
Mach
we
20.
blood transfer so it cycles
Okay.
between you two?
So, you take the straw, At one end, it is a little bit sharper. You could tell that it was meant to pierce skin to get into the throat, and the other is just made of what looks to be wood. It's just a funnel to shoot out blood from the throat. You don't just like you don't Pulp Fiction. You don't just swing it right at her. You quickly just poke it in, and there's a sound as it goes in.
Okay.
There is no immediate like pouring out. There is no force of blood to be pushed out, so something has to coerce any of the fluids out.
I am sucking on it. I am sticking it like a straw, sucking, mouth, spit, suck, mouth, spit. While I'm poaching, grabbing the whole time, grabbing you.
Putrid.
I am
It is
sure.
warm. It is disgusting. It tastes acidy in your mouth, and it is hitting the back of your throat and still slipping in, and you can feel just bile in different parts of the body. It's almost like you are. It is drinking vomit.
Yep.
You are literally drinking the taste,
Yum!
the aftertaste, as it, and you spit it out onto the ground, attempting not to gag or make a con check.
Cedric is puking.
You see several. You see several of the soldiers are. Oh,
I'm like
good
gagging.
Lord. Like, you see Estella is looking like as you are doing this.
I am immune.
Make a
to
con check.
Okay.
You are immune to poison. You're not immune to disgustion. You can be disgusted.
I'm a snake man. It's fine.
Make a con check. This is a very disgusting and not a normal thing for you.
Yeah, I can honestly say I've never, in my wildest dreams.
You believe you can be sucking bile out of a woman's stomach?
Dude, that's only an 11 plus 0.
Okay. I was gonna make it a 1 through 10. You vomited.
Yeah.
You are barely holding. You are, as it's going into your throat, and you can feel the burn and the taste of it. You,
I don't know.
We become
within a few minutes,
doctors.
well, not a few minutes. Within a few seconds, because you are just power spitting, and you are suck, spit,
I'm
suck,
grabbing
spit.
your arm, like, heal, while I'm doing this. Get blood and stuff in her body.
house.
And for some, you notice that the death throes have stopped,
this is
and
Sochi
the glowing
Simulator.
eyes have like slowly begun to
So-
re-correlate.
Keep going,
It is
keep going.
working.
Heal.
I guess-
Keep her
Inside.
conscious.
I guess a healing word, since I don't want her too much.
Okay.
Because
In order,
without trying to bring her back to consciousness.
So
that's not gonna.
consciousness is a separate statement from being this, so even healing her would not
The thing
reinstate
is,
consciousness.
my thought process is the thing is that any healing spell cures the wounds.
Mhm.
Healing word, cure wounds. It seals up certain places.
Mhm.
Depending on how high you roll, this could just like
Don't
seal
do it
over
yet,
the cutscene,
Then don't
Okay.
do it yet.
which
That's
means that
what
you
I'm-
would just
let's
have a
enter
straw
the stomach,
sticking
then
out
do
of her, and that's it.
Which
Which
would've
could
been
also
bad-
be a bad thing.
If you're done, as soon as you pull it out, then I'll cast.
So in regards to the actual healing magic, leaving the straw inside of her stomach while I'm still doing this, while still closing the rest of the wounds, is the goal and idea.
Sure.
That is fine.
I'm saying that that can be a thing. I'm saying that if not operated well, you could just kill her anyways.
Can
Yeah.
he control how...
I'm saying this as a DM note. Be careful if you are doing what I think you are doing.
I would just wait until you feel like you've emptied the
Yeah.
contents of the stomach, and then you heal her at the end, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
The body will naturally make its own fluid, so after a while it will just
Yeah.
begin to.
Is her heart still pumping? Is she still...
At this moment, for anyone
Body
that's
also-
attempting to pay attention, well, Sokka, you're not like standing right over. You're
body
nearby. If you
also
want to, you
aligns
can get in on this, but the operation table is
Yes.
this right now.
This is still really traumatic. We're gonna need magical healing to quick start that process when we get there.
What are you guys doing?
So as soon as he's done, I don't know how long it's taking him to do that. It should
probably
be
won't
pretty
be that
short.
No.
Then
To empty the contents of a stomach via
Contents.
mouth, via
It's taking a little bit.
straw.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's measured that yet.
Yeah, but the
Is
st- the
I'm
stomach
saying that you are.
contents-
What I am saying
Huh?
is that from context clues, she is being kept in a state of death throes right now.
Okay.
Whether he is doing this at a rate that is keeping the poison from killing her is a guess on you guys.
Can I
The
cast
stomach is
Spare
about
the Dying?
approximately the size of your hand.
Uh-huh.
So
I could
if
drain
it's,
that.
If it's a
The spare
little
the dying,
woman,
ignore poison. Does it?
it's only
cure
going to be
poison?
this big.
Because if it doesn't, then I don't believe it will work.
So
Let me
how
double
fast
check.
do you think
Is
you
her
can
heart beating?
walk is the question.
You can walk up
Because I'm
and
pretty
put
sure you
her
haven't
ear
done
to
it
the
yet.
chest.
I'm gonna
so
walk
you
up.
can't see the
You're
heart.
not
Yeah, I just want to walk up.
But
Is there
it's
her
the
heart?
says-
Perception
contents
check.
of her stomach.
that is the wording of it.
So I'm pretty sure you could do it in 30 seconds flat.
This creature is in the midst of dying, so that would not save her, I would say.
Mach
Because
20.
she is technically taking damage that is killing her.
Other
Mach 20.
cleric, do you have anything of
The heart is just.
Yeah, do you have anything
I mean,
to,
she's barely there.
do you have
I mean-
anything to cure poison or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so
I
the thing
can
is,
cure
the summon's
wounds.
only about this big.
I was gonna say.
How long?
Never mind.
So once I feel like
So
I
then it
enter
has,
the
like,
contents
if I
of the
had
stomach
those cure
to a
poison-
degree, I am going to mouth back, remove thing, heal.
As soon as he
Now.
does that, cure wounds.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Cedric, be on standby for lightning. Start hard.
That's actually what I was gonna ask him.
Yeah.
Do I have the ability to actually use?
What spell are you using?
That's the thing. It's the only thing I can really use is Thunder Wave
Yeah,
or
but
Shatter.
That's not
That's a
clear.
lot of no,
That
but
is-
that's a lot. Just to be able to like use it as
Chain
like a
lightning
defibrillator
defibrillator.
type of thing.
You don't have any smaller lightning spells?
Okay, yeah, but we're trying to use modern medicine.
There's no
for
lightning
this.
cantrips.
It's not gonna work.
There is.
So why don't I?
Grasp.
Why don't I have one? That's not.
Just
There might
touch
not be a
your
cleric.
finger.
Okay, yeah, that's probably
Nate,
13.
do you have anything that would help in this situation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I have mage.
The wound, this slit from the ribs down to the body, the lower intestine, seals around the straw.
No. He said he took
No,
the straw
you
out.
took
we
it
took
out.
out the straw.
He said that.
Heals.
Took out all instruments, took out the straw.
Body remains
Try again.
unmoving.
I will do CPR then.
That's.
Make a medicine check.
I will do CPR.
I'm gonna be attempting to assist
Are you
with
taking
that.
your gloves off, or are you just gauntletting it?
I will take my gloves off and do
Okay, you.
CPR. Can I cause
Toss them
guidance
off.
on
With my
myself?
own faint amounts of whatever medicinal knowledge I have, I want to assist with that check to give him advantage because I have healer's kit and stuff
Okay.
to help to give advantage.
Sure. A healer's kit, I do not believe will
Wouldn't have
assist with
anything
the CPR.
physical,
Yeah.
but it's some level of knowledge.
Just like a
that
health
Throwing
I would
bandages
assess.
on
Just like is it just like a help action type thing?
Yes, that's the help
Sure,
action. I
help
want.
action. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the big difference.
Later. We'll do that later.
19.
19.
No, you can use that in a moment. Did you open
Well,
it by accident? No.
They also do that.
Are you trying to do? Are you giving her air, mouth to mouth, or are you just doing CPR?
I just sucked poison from her
I-
body. I am not mouth to mouthing.
So
I'm resistant. I'm not immune.
well, that's doing.
But there's gonna
well,
be
the-
little
the-
to no
the-
poison.
Sure. Okay.
I
I'll
wanna-
give him off the mouth.
summon the sparrow.
What's the spare for?
It's like, wow, they
Oh,
did
the
that.
one,
damage
the
or
one,
heal?
the one lightning
Okay.
damage, right?
No, it's not lightning. I believe it was radiant.
So I want to summon the sparrow and
Small
have it
bird.
heal. I think that's a D4.
Sure.
Find that proper.
We're not letting her die. We did not suck the contents of her stomach to let her die.
Let's rephrase it.
Poison
I
isn't exactly
did
something.
not.
Did not.
This is not how I expected today's session to go, guys.
Neither did I. Didn't expect you to cut open.
You
a woman.
planned for it, so obviously you did.
I looked it up because I was in my mind when I was making this session. I'm like, no. And then I'm like, the fact that I said that means yes. So I took some time.
4 healing.
Okay, 17. She still is unmoving.
Is her hurt?
Am I doing anything else? Like, is it helping at all?
Go ahead and make one more roll.
Okay.
Are you guys
Same thing.
Guidance and
with
help
the
action.
help
Guidance help action.
Okay, you guys are taking turns as when he stops, you're pushing on her chest, waiting a moment as he gives air.
19 again.
I'm still going.
So all we got.
As soon as she got
Her
like,
eyes barely roll back. You maybe have minutes, moments. She's dying. You guys brought her from immediate death, but she is in the process
I
of
stand
taking
up.
this mortal coil.
kind of like sweating. I put the gauntlets back on and I go over to it. So I'm like,
And I guess I would
"Here's your arsonist."
wait.
She walks over.
I'm cast one more cure wounds on her now that she's semi-conscious.
Okay.
That'll be for 9.
Okay. What I'm going to say, because you guys did well, but the poison had some time as she was fighting you guys in consciousness to work through her, plus the time you guys were sitting there panicking with each step. The poison will kill her. However, she will be taking damage each round. So I will have you guys do quick questioning until her death.
Okay.
She's at max HP, which isn't much though. So, you guys have a few moments. What are you doing?
What is the name of the person who is making the puppets that you are placing?
It was me.
I'm gonna try to wave Hisela over if she is.
Hisela is just standing.
Yeah, I thought
listening.
How were you making the puppets?
I'm a craftsman.
Is cinnamon your calling card? What? I don't know. I'm very curious about cinnamon.
Bought cinnamon thread.
Where did you get all your materials?
What is the purpose of blowing up all these people's houses? Yeah, but
4 questions have been asked.
I cast Cure
Have you
Wounds.
gotten answers?
Not really.
What? What?
You cast Cure Wounds?
Yeah.
We got spells to blow through.
Okay, so she's gonna be back up to max, even with your lowest roll.
10 HP.
Yep. So every 2 questions, I'm gonna roll a d10.
So what was the answer
Okay.
to who hired you?
She said that she made the dolls herself. She said that she was a craftsman, and then being asked about where'd you get the supplies from, she laughed and said, "Come on."
I'm gonna roll insight for the made the dolls herself statement.
Make an insight check.
Oh my god. Yup. We're good.
Clerics for the win.
That's a 14 insight.
14?
Yep.
Seems to be telling the truth. As she is literally dying, you feel like there is no reason for her to lie about what she is saying, if at all, what she is saying.
What were your true motives? Or any at all?
To have some fun.
Insight. 17.
That was more or less a lie.
She's lying. Press further.
You guys asked the questions. Me and Satyr got stabilizing.
9 points.
First level, 9 points.
Okay. You put your hand on her and she...
Okay. Hisela.
A cold sweat is coming. She... Oh, you're done.
You're prisoner now.
I'm very confused.
said we were just fist.
We can keep her alive as long as we can.
Glad. Did the Turnian have anything to do with this? You bygone god really don't know much, do you? We're looking into it. You won't find it.
Evidence of turning.
Who were you working for? Martyr's son.
Is that, did you say Martyr's Clan?
Martyr's son.
Martyr's. Okay, insight check on that.
Sure.
Don't even worry about it. It was bad.
Okay. You have no idea if he's lying or not.
Can I roll one?
Sure.
22.
You have no idea what it means, but she seems to believe it.
I look at you, Karen, and I nod. She's telling the truth.
Good. Look to Hasala to see if there's a flicker of recognition in Hasala's face for that particular name.
Make an insight check.
Okay. That is a 20.
There is. You see that her eye almost like fidgets a tiny bit when she hears the name. Almost like a bit of annoyance or pain comes to her. Look at, and before Hasela can finish, you see that she just looks over to the rest of you. Hasela turns away, marches back to her men, begins talking to them in hushed tones.
Do you have any last requests?
Make it
Gas cure wounds.
Were you getting in on the healing section?
No, I don't have healing. So
Did you answer our questions truthfully?
I was joking.
We're doing it again?
And how many,
We're doing it again?
How many questions since we last healed her?
2.
Okay.
She's gotten 2 bouts of damage.
Okay, so I'll cast Cure Wounds.
My God.
13.
As she says that, the hand of the purple tiefling heals her.
Where did you acquire these materials? We will keep asking.
Keep healing.
I'm going to die faster than you can save me.
You have a very short-sighted view of things.
I've been taught to have a different outlook.
What type of group are you with?
No response.
Are there any other puppets active inside the city?
You'll find out.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, insight on that one, friend. 17.
17?
Yep.
She doesn't seem to be lying.
She doesn't seem to be lying on you'll find out.
It's vague enough.
It is very.
I'm trying to get the...
You're getting vague because you're matching the DC.
Mhm.
Literally just matching. You were not overshooting.
I have no other questions. Do you?
All we want is truthful answers. If you give it to us, we can make it end. If not, we will keep
Whoa.
the torture.
Tell me, how does Yevon look on torture?
I don't pay attention to that. I mean, she doesn't need anything else, so why are we keeping her alive for?
You got the answers that we need?
We need to make sure Hisela is
Didn't
fine with this.
Didn't she walk alone?
Isella has her back turned towards you again and is talking to the guards around her.
We did not
Hey,
do all
Yasela,
that
you
work
done?
to get vague answers.
I think we're about to lose
She's
her.
not being of any help.
We good then?
Let her die or
Did we
your
really-
call.
Where's your hideout?
Didn't have one.
18.
She's lying.
I'll ask again. Where was your hideout?
Oh man, thinks you're clever. She's looking like she's at death's door.
Okay,
I'm not the
then
one who's dying on the ground.
She's
I'm
taken a few
going-
rounds of damage.
I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at a 2nd level. I will be out of spells by the end of this one.
It's okay. You can sleep it off.
Yeah, it is night.
16.
As you see that her eyes are beginning to close, Kelsion places her hand on her stomach and stop it.
Where
Answer
did
the
you get the
questions
ring?
and it stops.
A gift.
From?
Really?
Yes.
I'm tired. Dying isn't easy work, apparently. Just let me go to sleep.
Not until you answer the question.
Where did you get the ring from?
Told you it was a gift.
From who?
You'll learn of this. You'll find out soon enough. Keep doing what you're doing.
Did you not track her down to get these?
I'll throw another first stab. 9.
What was the nature of your deal with the heinous eight?
You know, normally, when being tortured, there's incentive. I don't answer. I die. I complete my mission. I tell you, nothing comes of it. You'll die anyways.
You say as if death is an escape.
At this point.
What do you want from us for you to answer our questions?
Nothing. I don't have anything.
I'm not gonna
I
get
want to
anything
give
else
you.
from her.
Everybody has something.
The last remaining information would be up to Hasela to get out of her.
Easy. Let me die.
Let you down and answer our questions.
You don't hold the cards here.
Evidently we
She's
do.
right.
Shut up.
He does.
He does.
I'll ask again.
What was the nature of your agreement with the heinous eight?
She just puts her head down on the ground.
This is pointless.
You can heal her again. That's
Can I fucking kill her?
Not yet.
I got one last spell to use for today.
We don't need to.
One
Just-
We're not
last
gonna
spell.
get anything out of her.
You can sleep after this. It doesn't
killing
matter.
her would
She-
let her die.
Okay.
No matter what
Uh,
happens here, she's
casting
eventually gonna die.
my
She's not
last
gonna say
second
anything
level.
else.
Of Cure Wounds.
So prolong it for fun. I don't care.
I don't want to. That's the thing.
Because she made that
17.
snide little
Guys,
mark.
No, I don't give two shits about that.
She's back up to max.
Evidently you do. Or else you
Sure,
Go
maybe.
with
Well,
us.
Yeffin may not like torture. You know what she doesn't like? She doesn't like fucking assholes who are ruining towns.
ask her
We
questions.
can do
Exactly.
this all night. You understand?
Can you?
Answer our questions.
Make a deception check. Oh, that's cocked. I'm gonna roll away from that. There you go.
23.
She looks at you. You're good. Not good enough.
What's your name?
Kavenda.
Where are you from?
15.
She's telling the truth. From Salandra.
Why come here? Do what you do.
Followed a calling. Healing?
Yeah, I did a second one.
This group that you are with.
She's not gonna say anything.
What
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Scarier than you. I've seen scarier.
I'm sorry this is how you felt with your calling. This is not how it should end.
Let it end. I'm ready for bed.
You shouldn't let it end this way.
Any one of you have a drink? I'm thirsty.
I have the contents of your stomach here in the grass if you'd like to lick it up.
She won't.
I hope they find you. I hope they give you a worse fate than what I'm getting. Alright, I'm going to say a phrase, and if you respond correctly, we're still gonna keep it alive for more questions.
What?
What?
Not very enticing.
Yeah, I know.
More
But
questions than asked.
does the phrase high moons mean anything? Alright.
21.
Insight check on that as well.
I rolled double 8s, so.
Insight? Sure.
Mock 20.
Seems to be telling the truth. She doesn't know much about it.
Alright. That's all the questions I have. Any more from you?
I'm good. We can start force feeding her the healing potions if you'd like.
We're not gonna get anything else.
Luckman's file. Oh my god.
No, I'm done. We're done here.
We're done? Hey,
Hisela, are you done?
You see, Hisela has not turned back to you after she sent her guards back to the town.
can I kill her now?
Let it be.
Instead let the poison take effect if we're all done.
You look as the head is scattered with a smattering of shrapnel, and Hisela takes her large pistol, holsters it.
Fuck, I was gonna do that.
It's not how it should have ended.
Oh, really? You think so? I think you all are having your fun with your giggling and laughing.
Giggling is out of character for me.
Alright. Even so. What that was cruel.
I needed answers.
We had an objective and a job to do, and she had killed people.
Bygone guard don't work like this.
Not like our guards.
No, but you've been hired for a job, which means you're in our affiliation.
You know, I feel like you keep making up rules as we go along.
Really? Do you?
I'd say we performed well, considering that we prevented Enoch's death in a fiery explosion and we captured the perpetrator. Now, I think the problem currently lies in the fact that there may be more puppets in play, and we should focus on that and saving more
My men are
lives.
already coming through the town as we speak.
Perfect. If you
I'm
give
not
me-
saying that your results weren't good. I'm saying what that was extreme even for my likings.
I didn't want to let her die. It was our job to ensure her survival, and we did that to the best of our ability.
And at what point did you decide that it was more than just a job? She wasn't talking, you were just doing it to keep her alive. Why?
We had questions, and she was being uncooperative. It would be a waste of spell slots to keep her alive unnecessarily.
Which is what I feel you were doing. Your results were satisfactory. Fine. You'll have your passive casting. Step lightly. You see that she simply walks back towards the town.
I'd say that was good work on all of our parts, regardless of what she says. I'm quite proud of you guys.
A cold corpse sits amongst you.
She walking away.
Yeah.
Loot the corpse.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
You should probably give it back.
Yikers.
Yeah. Any more where my clothes are?
10.
I think I could up them.
Don't give her.
I'm not
No,
looking for
give
like
her-
I'm not looking for anything
Four
crazy.
silver.
Professional.
Give her. Your stuff is in my bag.
I don't know if you know how to spell
Here.
that word, but it's fine.
Several minutes pass before a guard along with Marcella begin coming back, a scroll in her hand.
Are you disarmoring?
No,
Okay.
I'm not gonna do that out in just the open of the woods.
Oh, dude, heck yeah.
She walks out, approaches Care, gestures the scroll. As you grab it, she squeezes. We'll still need another signature.
Understood.
You are interesting. You get things done. I can appreciate that much. You do something like that in front of me again, I will be arresting all of you. Are we understood?
Understood.
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 Give me my armor back.
Let me go change real quick.
Now.
Start stripping.
I guess how close is the nearest tree to duck behind?
A few feet away.
I guess.
I throw you my owlbear cloak.
Here.
I
Yeah,
guess.
I have bedrolls and stuff. I just like hand one end to Levi.
Who's Levi?
Sorry, DATH'TAN.
It's cold out, and I'm not wearing armor.
Then I guess I go behind cover and then.
Begin disrobing.
Yep.
That's professionalism.
Oh, I'm sorry, and that was little prit quote. You know what I'm saying.
Sure.
Do I?
You made me uncomfortable. I'm making him uncomfortable.
And fair trade.
I'd say that's so.
I will say that as you are disrobing and putting on a tunic, it is. You feel a little queasy. You figure that either you or perhaps Reyna herself is giving you a strange feeling that the guardian of joy and peace perhaps did not enjoy such a foul display.
Not my shining moment.
You don't know how she feels or what judgment could have been had in that moment. And you feel a little bit uneasy as you're taking off the armor and putting on normal clothing.
I'll probably have to deal with that later. What do you think it all came in one place?
You come back and you're wearing civilian clothing, darker trousers, white tunic, and you have the armor in place, which she. Thank you. I can't act like I've never broken rules to do what needs to be done. Good job. I am serious though. Can't go doing that around others that are a bit closer to the book than I am. Be a bit more than just the cuffs.
Thanks for the warning.
She turns and begins walking back to the road, back into town. Menagerie. The arsonist has been caught. You stand in the cold winds of night outside of CAEDRIK. Where it will take you, what is to be had, where you go next. You feel that whatever contract you had has been fulfilled.
Can I say something very quick?
Milkaio is yours.
So guys, guess what? Coil saw the whole thing.
We'll talk about that later.
Until then, we're going to wrap up for the night. I hope you enjoyed listening. And until next time, goodbye, everybody.
Peace.